Live.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Esports U, broadcasting NJCAAE. My name is Kean Miles on the mic with Lyric every Wednesday, and we are getting ready to go into some collegiate smash with USC Sumter taking on Suffolk County Community College.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is definitely the Wednesday duo, at least for now, until we get a switch up perhaps in here. But I am super excited to be joining, of course, you, Kilo Miles, today, and just hanging out every Wednesday with you, and going back to some collegiate crew battles because we all know how hyped they are. We've seen some absolute close sets. We've seen some absolute blowouts. So it really just kind of depends on what we're gonna get today, and we really never really know.
Yeah, it's always tough to gauge the skill level because a lot of these collegiate players, they don't often go to a lot of locals. And even if they do go to locals, how many locals actually save their VODs? Like, it's so many tiers of information that is just lost, scattered to the winds. And you're just stuck like, okay, they beat this person, who beat this person, who got sick at a local with this person. So where does that stack them up? Like,
Right.
we're doing some serious mental math to try and figure out these players. And the only way to really know is to watch them.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely data is so important in this game because you never really know who is exactly on the other side if you don't really have much data to go with. But also, you were talking about this a little bit earlier. Going out and like participating in your locals is absolutely huge. So important because a lot of while you can find a great group in college, you can find a more kind of diverse group of people outside of your school as well at locals, and it's so important because a lot of the times I know in a lot of regions, a lot of the PR panels or the PR members or the power ranked players in your region are actually going to be at those locals. So, what a better way to kind of test how you really are at the game by going out to some locals.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a best of both worlds. I mean, I'm for more of the collegiate scene starting out, and I've talked before about how a lot of collegiate players, they have these they have coaches. I mean, Lyric, how many besides Medify, how many Smash players do you know that have a dedicated coach?
Ooh, that's kind of difficult because it's definitely mostly the college scenes outside of, like private coaching sessions with, Medify coaches, etc. It's definitely not, I would say, common to find somebody who's very strict on coaching. I know for us commentators, we're always supposed to give advice. We're always supposed to break down a situation. But I wouldn't consider us exactly to be coaches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and these Smash players, a lot of the time, they sit down with the coaches, and the coaches may not know Smash exactly, so these players aren't getting schooled in the intricacies of their character, but they're learning something possibly even more valuable and much more translatable, which is general mindset coaching, figuring out how to stay in a set, how not to choke away these leads. These coaches, they might not know exactly what mistake led them to lose that last hit, last stock scenario, but they know that they had a 2-stock lead and they let it slip because they were just a little bit too nervous. And that is the kind of thing these coaches can help stamp out of these players. So again, I advocate for exactly what you suggested earlier, mixing, going to locals, and using your collegiate experience because them together can make a truly formidable player.
Yeah, for sure. I think getting better in this game is always going outside of your region. So, a lot of regions may specialize in one character, one play style, and in order to become a well-rounded player, you do have to at least go in and try playing somebody else, play a different player from a different region, play a different play style, plays different characters. I mean, there's 86 characters in the game. There's no way you have a player that plays every single character to the best of its ability inside of your region. So yeah.
Yeah, and we're hoping to see some of that variety come in here. I mean, we have some variety, though not that much. We have a Pokemon trainer coming in from, I believe, Suffolk County Community College, and here's the thing. I know you're very knowledgeable in the Pokemon trainer character as a whole, but I will tell you, I think Pokemon trainer is like the collegiate character.
Really?
Like, there is like one good PT in every single college.
I think Pokemon Trainer is definitely a popular character. I do think the character had a lot of players playing it at the start, following, of course, one of the best in the world, Tweak. And then it's funny because there are tons and tons of players that play a character that they see once, and then as soon as the best of the best switches off, they never touch that character ever again. So PT, while yes, is a very cool character, definitely there is a little bit of shortage on PT right now, but I do think that the character is coming back up in popularity with some awesome performances by Beast at Glitch Infinite. So it really just kind of depends once again on your region. I know some regions with multiple PTs. I know regions with no PTs. So like I said, you got to travel in this game to really kind of like get it all together.
Yeah, and that is, again, another good thing. I mean, listen, I'm not advocating for Wi-Fi tournaments, but I am casting one right now, so I'm going to advocate for a Wi-Fi tournament and say that is one of the benefits of these, because we've talked about regional differences before and how often, like, you don't even notice that your region has a style until you go to another region. Like, have you ever seen a Hawaii player play? They push so many buttons. Like, I've been seeing some Hawaii players play some Smash lately, and man, they are so hyper aggressive. It's crazy, but to them, that's just how you play Smash. That's what everyone else does.
Right, for sure. There's even within like our region, even within our region tri-state, there is very distinct differences between New York, New Jersey, and Philly. Philly presses a lot of buttons. Jersey doesn't exactly press a lot of buttons. Shout out to the homie Void, of course, KTAD. Uh, the best player in Hawaii, Void, now lives in California. So is he the best player in Hawaii anymore?
No,
All right.
I don't believe
Production says still counts. So you know what? Still counts.
so. Okay.
Still counts. He's Hawaii in his heart. But yeah, no, Void, definitely the button king. Avidly waiting for this guy to return. I mean, he was really kind of the champion of Sheik for a really long time, and now that he's stepped back, there's actually a newer Sheik that has been popping up and playing for a really long time now. Their tag is Sen. I had the pleasure of casting them at Glitch Infinite. They were fantastic, and they played really fast as well. They did a lot of frame traps that you don't usually find Sheik players doing. So I was like, oh, okay. And he made it pretty far as well, getting a couple upsets along the way. So I think for the non-popular characters or the characters that have fallen out of the meta, there is still hope down the line for them.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping we're able to see that. But hey, speaking of meta, we are hopefully getting to see this PT coming out here as we're finally getting into this match. No, it's Stoofmas on the Samus instead, up against Agu Champ Sora.
Ooh, okay, so this matchup is really interesting because both of these characters are semi-light or they have great airspeed on both sides, but I don't know, they lack, I think, in a lot of kill power. So Samus outright, she's gonna try and just gain a lot of damage, but for me, if you don't get a like hard read on an F smash, you're not gonna KO that easily.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Sora just has so many safe ways to confirm and do things like up smash and shield pressure that can lead into a lot of forward smashes, it can be tough, but honestly, the thing that scares me the most is just Sora's ability to linger off stage. You're forcing Samus to go high. I've hardly ever seen Samus go high.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go, though. Sora, once again, the last DLC character to be added into Smash Ultimate, easily the most hype DLC character to be added into Ultimate, but the character that has fallen off the hardest in terms of hype as well, even though Sora can do things like that, where essentially Sora will keep you in that attack animation for a really long time. The jab, jab, jab is so good on this champion, or on this character, excuse me. A little bit of leak in my brain. But Stoofmas gonna have to come back somehow from this one.
Yeah, Stoofmas is going to be playing around the center platform. If you're able to take control of this and just box Sora out with that forward air every single time they try and get in, you can force them to try and approach grounded and get the F smash. There's that read you were talking about.
Yeah, for sure. Once again, Samus is all about stalling and reads. So Stoofmas, once again, doing the thing that they're supposed to do, run away when they need to. I do want to see less of a commitment from AGU champ. I don't know but how I feel about them just kind of like backing up. But of course, they know better than I am. Great spot dodges, though, to call it out, just because I'm seeing a lot of potential Samus play just not getting any time.
And that time, though, Agu Champ, they are just calling out the sort of stationary playstyle that Stoofmus is occasionally leaning on. But again, calling out the high recovery right there, Stoofmus has learned that they can't get through the Thundaga on their own, so they're trying to go high, but there are some positions where you just can't get above the Thundaga, and Aguchamp is ready for that. They're also ready for that charge shot.
Yeah, for sure. The Sora's counter is definitely something that's very interesting. Once again, this is a character that hasn't been played too much just because of how floaty he is. I do want to see kind of the community expand on this character as well. I do think he has some cheese. I mean, the fact that you can just kind of keep people like jab locked in the air like that, and that up B as well will actually KO. I just think it's an unexplored character, and we have tons of time now that the game is being developed, that is.
Yeah, and these little extensions, the no impact, or the instant double jump, rather, extensions that Sora has been having have been crucial. But sometimes you just need the pure fundamentals. You need the edge guarding to get Samus off stage and finish her off, which is what Aguchamp is trying to lean on now. Just trying to get one straight aerial or scoop him right up into that up smash.
Yeah, no, that was a really crazy read with the kind of run back up smash. Sora up smash definitely has like the Link effect, as I like to call it, where there's a little bit of a scoop to it. So that scoop effect definitely coming into play there. But once again, I am so happy that we're actually seeing Sora, because not too many Soras up at the top. Definitely some Sora fanatics, but definitely not like Sora mains through and through. We do have a Sora main in Tri-State named Opana. I would say that's the closest thing we're going to get to like a hardcore Sora main. But other than that, it's an open spot for y'all if y'all want to come and take the title of Best Sora.
Yeah, I mean, and hey, getting the best of any character like that, that's always a hot commodity. And the way Aguchamp has already refined their edge guarding,
Yeah.
that's a good thing. I mean, Samus is infamously pretty hard to edge guard. I mean, a lot of people see how slow Samus's recovery is, and it's like, no, it's fine. But the fact that she has so many mix-ups with her aerial drift, with when she actually has to time her up B, and the up B is a little bit, I mean, it's not the best hitbox, but there is a hitbox to cover your ascent up. There's a lot of tools to make sure that, well, you're not getting anywhere close to punishing them, because Samus can really up B at any time, throw out that hitbox at any time, and if you're not timing your spike correctly, or whatever you're using to edge guard, then you're just gonna get clapped.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely all about how you are positioning yourself. I'm very surprised that we did start on Smashville, which is one of the, what I like to call, to consider more of the smaller stages that we do have in this game. Was it kind of expecting, and I am expecting now, a very large stage like a town and city. I do think that would be a great stage for Stoofmus to go to, especially because Samus kills very early off the sides. Plus, also, you have a super high ceiling, so the Sora up B is definitely not going to KO you super early as well there, too. So it really just kind of depends on what they are looking for there.
Yeah, and in particular, do you think there's anything that Stoofmus can do proactively off that stage to avoid getting edge guarded? Because dealing with that floaty disjoint that Sora provides in edge guarding is so tough. The fact they can linger forever, they can throw out disjointed hitboxes, it is, well, not a lot of characters can contest with it. And besides mixing up your up B timing, I'm wondering if there's anything else.
I think when you're Samus recovering, I think a lot of the times players like to just kind of stall off stage. I do think the better option is to actually drop as low as possible and then tether back. It's a little bit safer. We are going to go to Lilat, which is a thorn in the side for so many people. But let's see how this one's going to go, especially on a stage like this. I actually think Sora profits off of a stage with high platforms.
Yeah, I agree as well. The fact that you can use that Nair to sort of ladder people up. And I like how this Samus has so many platforms to control underneath. You can retreat not once, but twice if they take away your real estate underneath that platform.
Yeah, for sure. So, Aguchamp right now doing a really great job of essentially, like, zoning Stoofmus back. I know for a lot of people they actually struggle with things like, oh, I'm getting zoned, I don't know what to do, but I actually feel like Aguchamp is doing a really nice job approaching and then kind of de-stressing the situation. So things are looking good right now, but Stoofmus can definitely bring this back so far.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is just slow down because I feel like Aguchamp is just calling out the aggressive options, aggressive landings, going for huge committal options right at ledge where you can throw out a Thundaga to punish. That's the sort of thing that Aguchamp loves to see. But you're getting close to the percent. I mean, Sora is pretty light, and Samus is surprisingly heavy, even despite how floaty she is.
Mhm.
So you're getting to the percent where, hey, this might actually be even if you factor in rage.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, that was a
wait,
great.
no, we're good?
Yeah,
Oh.
maybe. Hopefully, it's just us and not the entire arena.
Mhm.
Ooh, I think we
Yeah,
got
as well.
kicked. Thanks,
Yeah.
Nintendo.
Yep, thanks Nintendo, and I appreciate everyone's patience. We're gonna be getting back into this as soon as we can. But while we have the second, I mean, it did look like this counter pick was actually doing Stoofmas wonders. I
Yep.
mean, they were keeping it even, they were living longer, they weren't getting edge guarded immediately.
I mean, when
Yeah.
you really think about it, it's all about comfort, right? You're counter picking probably the most volatile stage in the game. And honestly, a lot of the time, people are like, "Oh my god," they're already tilted when they see Lilat. Let's be honest. I hate Lilat. I'm sure you hate Lilat, Kilo. So Lilat in itself is a very like tilting environment to be within, but I don't know, it really just kind of depends on comfort there. But things were definitely going better. I can totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, I okay. Okay, we're getting into the deep cuts here. I actually don't hate Lilat. Um, I actually like the triple platform layout. I think it makes for some interesting stage geometry that it is still a symmetrical stage, obviously, but it often doesn't feel like that. It feels like there's a lot of different angles that you can approach from. It gives a lot of characters diagonal approach angles where they often wouldn't have it otherwise, or they would have to burn a double jump to get otherwise. So that's not my favorite stage, but I don't hate it. And I can see Stoofness doesn't hate it either.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely it's definitely one of those stages that once again, it's just a personal preference. Um it's very interesting to see a Samus go there, but once again, I'm not the one playing. I do think the best stage is like Town and City for Samus. Once again, small sides, high plat
Hmm.
or high ceiling, but it really just kind of depends.
Yeah, and like sometimes the argument against that is like with characters that like to do that little thing where they poke at you from under the stage, like Ivysaur's uppy, you think like, oh, you want to go to a stage with like a thin bottom because then they can go right through it. But that's often just like inexperienced sucking. Like I'm saying that because I used to think like, oh yeah, PT can't even hit that on other stage, and then I'm getting like smacked through Battlefield's ledge. I'm like, yo, what's happening here?
Yeah.
And Sora with that I- what do you even call that thunder? It's not really transcendent. It kind of is, but it still goes through the stage and it still hits like a truck, as we saw Stoofmus getting hit by that thunder from ledge again and again and again.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely it's so interesting with how stages work here because stages just sometimes they really just don't make sense. Their physics don't make sense. You can, bounce off the top of a ledge when you're like right below it. In Smash, we call it a pineapple on some stages, but then on other stages, you just kind of magnet hands right up to the ledge. So we've essentially tried to pick I guess, the best of the worst when it comes to Smash stages, but it's really just kind of honestly, it's up to chance. And that's just Smash Ultimate. You're kind of just playing a gamble.
Yeah, and I mean, we try to make things as consistent as possible, which is why there was so much debate around Hero when they came out, which I don't know. I'm not going to get into that right now, but well, we might have to depending on how long this game ends up going. However, I do think that overall, Ultimate stages have been pretty nice. The fact that we're able to get such a wide variety that people are actually considering, like, do you know how many Melee players would kill to have a set of, what do we have, 7 very even stages, 7 very neutral stages that don't have weird like, all of Melee stages have one weird quirk on them at least that
Yeah,
makes, like, people are like, this is unplayable, but they'll still play it anyway.
right.
Like, we're to the point where people are like, yo, we should turn hazards back on, which I'm okay with experimenting with.
I think it kind of depends. Hazards on is definitely something that's very talked about, but I can't say that I'm super agree with it just because sometimes there's a platform that may move unexpectedly. Sometimes that platform doesn't even Like if you try to recover through that platform, sometimes you're just like not there. So I'm all for kind of lessening the risks that there may be, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like they can lead to some really hype moments at the top of the top level. Like you see that a lot with like some like there's some crazy clips with moving Smashville platforms and again going back to Melee like Pokemon Stadium transformations. However, most of the time that's not what you're hitting. It does come down to just like, oh, the stage shifted and I just slipped through. Whoops, my bad. Oh well, GG's, shake my hand.
Yeah,
Like
right, right. Can't tell you how many
sometimes
times
it's
in
just
like
like that.
Smash history that has actually happened where sets have ended due to a transformation or you know, objects that were there were all of a sudden not there due to transformations. So it really once again just kind of depends on where we want to take the competitive rule set. Once again, we don't know a lot about this game, but we know for sure that it's done being developed. No more patches, as we know, no more characters being added. So now it's really honestly, now's the best time to experiment with different rule sets or and try different things.
Yeah, I think one of the big arguments for hazards is it adds a depth to the game that we would not otherwise have. I mean, the all of the hazards do operate on a timer. They operate based off the clock in the game, so you can learn the timings, you can learn interesting setups with them. However, a lot of players haven't even scratched the surface of their characters' depths. So
It's
like
true.
it's the kind of thing where people are like, yeah, there's so many cool setups you can do with the moving platforms and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, well, can you hit your standard kill confirms? Can you hit your
Mhm.
standard punishes? It's like the sort of things that you need to sort of get up there. And I'm not out here saying that Smash Ultimate players need to earn their chance to play with hazards, but like some of the arguments can be a little rough. But either way, we're done. So yeah, it was going to be on Stoofmus's counter pick. Agu Champ is going to win out there.
Very true. All right. Interesting how Aguchamp was actually able to kind of like turn that around, especially because when you really think about it, they were kind of struggling in the beginning of that match. So right now it is 2-0 for Suffolk County Community College. I'm interested to see where the next counter pick is going to be. And we have somewhat of a canon battle here, Kilo.
Yeah, it is. Final Fantasy crossing over into Kingdom Hearts every time. Cloud and Sephiroth will not stop following Sora wherever he goes, even in Smash. Though this time Sora followed them there, and they're following straight to Battlefield, where immediately, ooh, this is a huge opening right here. Getting a lot of juggles right here. 71% unanswered right there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a ton of damage there. It did give Stoofmus full limit, though, so you do have to be kind of careful, though. I just love the way that Champ is playing Sora. Super fluid movement, utilizing all the platforms to extend onto the combos. I can't really complain about anything. Gonna use
Yeah.
the reflector. Can't find nothing.
Yeah, like I saw them catch a landing with a down air mid combo. That is one heck of an extension, a mix up right there, and it shows how fleshed out, how many roots their Sora combo tree has. Stoofmus has shown some impressive neutrals so far, but you've got to
You're
applaud
down
how
there. What?
deadly Agu Champ's edge guarding and punishes.
I cannot believe that Stoofmus actually was sent that way due to a down tilt. Seems kind of odd, but once again, what Aguchamp is really profiting off of are these coming down from platforms fair into up tilt or fair into up smash. It's all scooping, it's all working.
Yeah, and while it's all working, you can see this limit. Maybe an opportunity to take a stock right here. You have Sora at ledge. Oh, that was actually a beautiful two-frame attempt, but it's not going to connect, and now you don't have limit to recover.
Oof.
I appreciate the all or nothing attempt. You were down one stock to 3. Stoofmus had to go for it, but ultimately Agochamp gonna be coming out on top. Suffolk County Community College getting a clean 3-0.
Yeah, for sure. A really, really great performance once again from the Sora. I hope we can get an interview with the player because I want to talk a little bit about Sora. I cannot believe we saw all those clean conversions. Once again, it was so quick. So I am super glad we got to see that match.
Yeah, that was honestly a pretty nice showcase of everything Sora can do. And I like that we saw a lot of the combo game. I mean, right when Sora came out, a lot of players thought they were the slickest people on the planet for knowing how to use spells a little bit, like slipping under the stage, getting those underneath the stage spells. But when that's your only trick, a lot of people are going to figure out how to get around your maze and punish you accordingly. But those combos, man, the extended hit stun on that 3-hit combo, whew, leads to so much. It's just imagination.
Yeah, for sure. I think the combo into or the like up tilt into imagination or the forward air into imagination combos were so clean there. So once again, I hope we get an interview. If we can't, it's totally okay. I think we're gonna be cutting to a break. Not quite sure yet, but once again, oh, all right. Well, we're going to cut to a break. Thank you all so much for watching that set, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Esports Youth Broadcasting NJCAAE. We are here with Agu Champ, the winner from the last game. How you doing, Agu Champ?
I'm doing pretty good, doing all right.
Hey, that's good. And what I want to ask after that win is, obviously, you're looking pretty clean, but you have been playing in the NJCAAE, or at least your school has, for quite a bit now. So I want to ask, how's it been playing with all these different colleges thus far in this season?
It's been pretty fun so far. It's just Smash Ultimate is a game where you have so many viable characters, and it just lends itself well to just having this big community. We can play so many players with so many different play styles.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're talking about a lot of characters. I mean, Sora, out of all of the characters, easily the most hyped character coming into Ultimate, but not the most played these days. So how do you get your practice? Do you watch VODs? Do you practice your combos on your own? Because a lot of the falling fares into up smashes were really clean.
Yeah, it's so Sora is actually one of my most anticipated characters for Smash. I was begging for him to get in, and I was so happy to see him get in. And from the day he dropped, I just was in the training mode, labbing with him, trying to see his combos. I feel like I don't see many people play Sora. I think because there's just so many characters in this game, and he is a bit of a floaty character, so there's a bit of a learning curve to him. But yeah, I mostly just go on quick play, like the online mode, and just kind of farm my interactions there, and also try to understand matchups. The falling nair is something that I discovered recently that like really helps with like when people are using unsafe aerials. I can just get off a good combo string, and just trying to mix up my movement.
Yeah.
Totally.
And those are definitely some great strengths to have. And I wanted to ask, in your opinion, do you have any one thing in your gameplay that you're like especially proud of? Anything you're like, yeah, that's my trademark?
As of late, recently, it's been my ledge options. I used to be very predictable in my ledge options, but with Sora, I've learned better how to use his recovery is very good at mixing up. You can go on stage or off stage. You can undershoot or overshoot, and then I can use his moves like Thunder to cover my ledge. I use it a lot in that match. It's a very good tool, like Thunder, canceling my jump with Fire and Ice. Just a lot of ledge options to keep my opponent confused. That's really a lot of Sora. One of Sora's big benefits is spells.
Yeah, and those spells really paid dividends, getting you that win. And a 3-0 win, very nice, and we're very happy to have you on for this interview. But I think that is all the time that we have. So, Agu Champ, congrats again for the win, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we're going to go to a very brief break. When we're back, we're going to have another Collegiate Smash Brothers match, so don't go anywhere. Esports U will be right back. Welcome back to Esports U Broadcasting NJCAAE. I'm Keelan Miles, back with Lyric for one more Smash match tonight. We got Jackson College against Herkimer College.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited about this one as well. I heard that we are roaring and ready to go, which is just the way I like it. Just, going really straight to that arena. We'll jump on in. We'll see what we got going on. We don't know too much about the players and who they actually play. Okay, so we have the top of the tier list and a character that we don't usually see at all. This one's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, now, what I'm looking for right away is a lot of Kirby's play around the fact that it's very hard to space short hop aerials rising around them. You need to be very precise with how you're falling down with your aerials if you're playing Kirby right. However, with Dictator K floating around like that, Game Deity is going to have a field day.
Yeah, Deity for sure. This is definitely probably a really great matchup for the Aegis, just because of how light Kirby is. I actually feel like going Pyra for this character would actually be affordable as well. But one thing that the Aegis actually lacks that Kirby does super well is take you off stage and make sure you stay on the ledge. Now, we know that Aegis off stage isn't exactly the best character in the game, but we do know that Pyra does hit pretty hard and Kirby is pretty light.
Yeah, they certainly are. One more good hit from Pyra, who they're rocking right now, will definitely spell demise as they get that prominence roll all the way up, but from center stage, it's not going to kill quite yet, and Kirby's got an uppie like that of their own.
Yeah, no, I just realized that the animations are basically the same, but Pyra's animation going to be a little bit faster and, of course, a little bit stronger as well. Back to Mithra, but I actually think that staying Pyra would definitely help as well with that extra rage, but here comes Dictator as well, doing their best to, of course, get the up smash. Not going to be able to find anything, though. Nair, once again. These like, retreats from Deity and re-engages are so interesting because I actually feel like the Aegis does such a good job of overwhelming her opponent, and backing up kind of, like, gets rid of the purpose of that.
Yeah, I agree. But if you're able to get hard with punishes like that, then maybe it doesn't matter. That forward smash range, oh, man. Anyone who's played before can tell you, and that uppie sometimes doesn't even look like it hits, but Dictator K gonna be down a full 2 stocks right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely one of those tricky moves with a lot of different hitboxes. I do like the usage of the Photon Edge as well, but down tilt into F tilt for Kirby here. Dictator just trying to find a way in. Fair might actually take it. Another one of those off stage, just a little bit more, will definitely take it for sure. Punish here, gonna be able to find the short hop back air, and we are on to the second stock.
Yeah, beautiful stuff thus far right here from Game Deity, but they get that side B punish, and now Game Deity is kind of just going for reads with Dictator K. They want to punish these laggy moves they see, but they're just a little too late every time. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, for sure. It's just definitely about being a little bit slower. Going for the Prominence Revolt one more time. Wasn't going to actually KO there. Up smash, not going to be able to KO as well. I want to see Deity play a little bit more aggressive. You do have a huge lead. Pyra's up air as well, super, super strong. Would actually probably KO from center stage. But I do like the Blazing End essential chip down with the damage as well. Going for the hard read on the F smash, but we'll find an up smash instead. And that is the first game going on over to Game Deity and Jackson College.
And Game Deity honestly did look very impressive in there. Like, honestly, I would rather a player push too few buttons than too many, and the way that Game Deity was slowly pacing around the stage, stalking around their prey, waiting for the opportunity to strike, and playing reactively was really impressive.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely really great gameplay from both players. Once again, I do really want to see the Aegis played a little bit faster. That's the thing that Aegis does best. Mithra, one of the fastest characters in the game for sure. So essentially the backup Photon Edge, if Dictator K reads that, they're going to be able to punish accordingly because there is so much end lag on that move.
Yeah, as Dictator K, they're able to get some low percent combos, but I'm kind of wondering because I know a lot of Kirby's common low percent combos aren't quite combos, they're strings. I'm wondering if Foresight will just get him right on out of that. We didn't see Foresight come into play quite yet, but definitely a tool they haven't gotten to use yet, especially if they're going to be sticking on the Mythra as often as they are.
Right, for sure. It's definitely something that you have to time. As long as you time it, you will get it. And I don't feel like Game Deity is playing close enough in order to be able to kind of bait it out as well. So I'm assuming we're going to see the same characters. They're going to go to Kalos for this one, which I can agree with. I actually think this is a good, decent stage for Kirby. But for me, I don't think Aegis really does have a bad stage.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the only benefit for Aegis on this stage is maybe the fact if Kirby gets a spike, then you can maybe tech. But honestly, Kirby's spike doesn't even put you into tumble half the time.
Yeah.
So that's not really the biggest factor. What it comes down to is not having a lot of these platforms to mix you up. Instead, it is just going to be a brawl until you get to the side of the stage.
Ooh, too low.
They're just dead.
Too low. Air dodge, yeah. One of the things, like I said in the beginning, Mythra offstage isn't exactly the best character to deal with. So this is a huge, huge lead for Kenji here. All they really have to do is just play this super safe, continue to get the aerials out of shield that they were looking for, and not let Deity come back. It's super important that they use the fair to get Deity off the stage and then ride it through there.
Yes, that forward smash not going to connect right there, but ooh. That is one thing we got to keep in mind. Both these characters get a sizable landing mix-up or recovery mix-up due to the fact of these side platforms. But if you're recovering right in front of Pyro like that, the stocks are going to be evened out.
Yeah, for sure. Deity doing a really great job of bringing it back for sure. Once again, a little bit more aggressive here. Going to be able to find the falling Nair. Finds another Nair there. But once again, that dash out, dash in. Whenever you hit that Nair, you want to go for the up air strings off of it.
Yeah, that's always ideal, but you're not quite able to find it. It does feel like maybe Dictator K is getting the right DI, and Game Deity is dropping a little bit. Kenji getting a lot of these counter hits out of the combos, but I feel like that is why Game Deity keeps slowing the pace of the game down. Maybe they're like, okay, online I'm not quite hitting my punishes, so I'll wait for them to push a button at a disadvantage, then I'll punish.
Oh, see, that backup right there actually could have been a full punish F smash. Doesn't even seem to matter though. Size of Kalos is definitely going to help Game Deity there, and they've been able to bring this game back for sure. So let's see how they're going to be able to close it out and potentially get another game for their college here.
Ooh, this is going to be close for them as they get that Photon Edge immediately. Now, where do you go from here? Trying to get that landing dare. That can lead up into some nasty kill setups to get it near the ledge.
No
but, oh,
way.
Speaking of near the ledge, Pyro was nowhere close, but the sword was. And that is going to put Jackson College and Game Deity up 2-0.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a really strong game for Deity after that unfortunate SD. After flying off the stage, really. Really great ability to just calm down, use the Aegis's tools, which is very quick dashing in and out, and really strong F smashes. There's a lot of Pyra F smash, and there was a lot of Prominence Revolt, the up B as well. So really great performance.
Yeah, fantastic stuff right there from Game Deity. In general, for this specific matchup, I don't mind that they're not just immediately going in and overwhelming them, because trying to go for all that puts you at more risk of messing up. As we saw, one little mistake off the side, one little mistake trying to smother your opponent could just lead to your death at 0 if you're careful. That's the kind of game, or if you're not careful, that's the kind of game Smash is.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to see a stage switch. So the Kalos wasn't working, but the battlefield is now going to come into play here. But I actually think this is a little bit better for Aegis than it is for Kirby. I think we've seen that Deity really knows how to use platforms. So it's going to be definitely... Oh, we got the replay. Oh my god. Yeah, this was so sad. Hey, K-Tad figured out the replay. That was quick. Yeah, it was so unfortunate how, once again, the Aegis off stage is just kind of lackluster, to put it nicely, instead of just outright terrible. If you do gimp her off stage, there's just no way that she's coming back. So once again, if you throw yourself off stage, good luck getting back. But so far from Kenji, it was pretty good.
The one thing I have seen that, honestly, I'm surprised I haven't noticed it before, we haven't seen any grabs this game, which
No.
is sometimes a habit that people get into, but I feel like just grabbing and getting them off stage, putting players in a position where they have an opportunity to make a mistake, that's sometimes all you need to do.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see exactly where we're going to go. Oh, we're going to Battlefield FD. You know what? Fine. I actually think this is a great pick for Kirby here, but Deity finally doing kind of the things I was asking, just to play a little bit more aggressive, and things are looking already better.
Yeah, this is looking pretty nice as... Ooh.
Yeah, no, that air dodge off stage is so
far.
risky. I definitely do not recommend it. Kenji also had the right idea going off there with the down air, but great lightning buster from Deity as well. There's that foresight we've been waiting for, perfectly timed. Now I'm totally expecting Pyra to come out. There she is.
Ooh. Now, here's the... Ooh. I do like how they cancel that up B or that down B immediately, but getting caught in your turnaround animation, that's going to be an F smash right there, and back to the Mythra to rack up the percent.
Yeah, for sure. All right, here we go. The the Photon Edge coming out from Game Deity here, looking for anything though. Love the nairs in, but Kenji gonna be able to respond with a nair of their own. I love the way that they actually tried to punish the Photon Edge by at least going for an up smash. Not gonna be able to find anything though. Well, great parry into the nair. Actually, up smash would have been the best choice.
As now, Kenji. It's so tough to deal with a character that it's so hard to approach. I mean, Mythra can just stuff out every single one of your approaches with her disjoints, so it's up to you to get in there and try and box with her. And going for these short op aerials is just an invitation to throw out F smashes. That time the spacing wasn't quite right though, and that means Dictator K or Kenji, they have them off stage, and that down B gonna finish them off.
Yeah, for sure. Looking really good so far now from Kenji, for sure. Looks like they're a little bit more warmed up. And we're going to see the Mythra come back straight into Pyra. The moves are going to collide. It unfortunately scares Kenji, and they air dodge, unfortunately, under the stage. And Kirby, even though Kirby has a ton of jumps, they're not coming back from that one.
Yes. Now, where do you go from here? They're trying to use these aerials, but forward air and back air might not be the best starter. I would love to see more down airs coming out here. And I don't hate the nair either as a nice little poking tool. It's a long lingering hitbox, but the soft take can set up into some stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Nair once again. I want to see a couple more grabs from the Aegis as well. Down throw into a couple up airs is guaranteed pretty much at this percent on Kirby. So the Blazing End going to come out one more time. And really just trying to find a way in here.
Yeah, as... Kenji on their possibly last counter pick. They're trying to use the fact that there's no sort of mix-ups, no platforms for Game Deity to mix them up on to play this grounded game that Kirby loves to play. I'm hoping to get in there and poke with some down tilts, down smashes, but they can't quite find it. Instead, relying on that up B, the projectile, to get an opening. Now, able to catch this landing, that up B not going to be completely safe at ledge here. Are you able to get the up tilt?
That's so unfortunate because Kenji had an amazing edge guard, but the fully charged F smash is going to take it 3-0 for Game Deity, but 3-0 for Jackson College in the end. And oh my god, that's so unfortunate because Kenji had the correct option. It just sent Kenji to the right and right into that fully charged F smash.
Yeah, that... I would say it's unfortunate. It was a mistake, and it was. However, you do have to give a lot of credit to Game Deity right there. The up Bs had been a constant trend over and over and over again. And so they finally found, I mean, the hardest punish I think Pyra Mythra can get, that fully charged F smash. I mean, whew, that's chunky.
Yeah, no, that definitely is a little bit of a brutal ending. We're gonna jump into a break. We'll see if we can get a interview, and then we'll pass it on over to the next game as well. So we'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back to Esports U, everybody. We are here with an interview with the winner from Jackson College. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, and after that win, you've got every reason to. And the first thing I want to ask you is, you are a very slow, patient player. I mean, it looked like every single movement was completely intentional, which sounds like a funny thing to say, but in Smash Ultimate, that precision is not something you see online every time.
Yeah. One thing I always like to try to do is I try to always rush down with that neutral air, forward air. That's what I always main rush down tool. And what I always like to try to do is pay attention to what the opponent's doing and then try to see if I can go in maybe with another neutral air, get that side B in there, see which option is like available to be able to get in there while not being punished at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, do you play outside of your school? Do you go to your locals? Do you hang out on competitive Smash a lot, or is this just something you do for fun?
This is actually the first time I've done anything competitive for Smash. So
Wow. Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, not too shabby. And with that, I mean, well, after this, do you have any plans to get out and at least try your hand at a local or something?
I really want to try to.
Yeah, and I think that's honestly a great idea. I wish you the best of luck with that. Is there, I mean, hey, while you're on interview real quick, is there anyone you want to shout out real quick from your program or just friend or anything like that?
First of all, I want to shout out my coach. He's a great guy. Being a one-man team, the dude really tries to put care into me, even though I'm just kind of a side thing. So he does a lot of great job with that.
Yeah. Hey, that sort of appreciation, it's always good to hear. And I honestly wish you the best of luck in wherever you end up in Smash moving forward. But for now, that's all we got. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
And with that, we are going to be wrapping up Super Smash Brothers. Thank you so much for watching, but Esports U is not done yet. Coming up after this, we have ECAC Rocket League with Mork and Pyro J, and well, it's going to be quite a show. But for now, I've been Kilo Miles at Kilo Miles IRL, and this has been Lyric of Wisdom, and we will see you all another time.
Good evening and welcome back from Smash Bros to Rocket League. This is the ECAC Eastern College Athletic Conference, week number 6, Rocket League action. Tonight we have University of Louisville Cardinals versus the Bowie State University Broncos. My name is Pyro J. I got Morky Morg by my side. Morky, how we feeling tonight?
Feeling amazing as always. You know, when you get to cast Rocket League, you always puts a smile on your face, always puts you in a good mood, always makes you ready for a good night of action. 2 5-0 teams in this Swiss style bracket. You know, it's amazing to get this far undefeated. Unfortunately, one team will fall to 5-1, but the other will move to 6-0, which is just sensational. Both of these teams have been tearing it through right now.
Yeah, think about it. 8 weeks of this season right now, and we are in week 6. So 2 teams that are undefeated, this close to a full undefeated season. Could you imagine what that would mean for these teams, Morky? So yeah, we are on the cusp of a team that is just gonna be dominating the series, and 2 5-0 teams should give us a great match at that.
Absolutely should. And you know, well, all these teams will be hoping obviously to get a better seeding throughout the tournament, so that is the plan for this indeed. But we're hoping that this will be an incredible game, and I'm sure it will be. 2 very, very good teams, the Cardinals and the Broncos, and if they can live up to expectation, we could be seeing a game 5 here. And as casters, we're very biased. We love our game 5s.
We do. Fingers crossed for it. Morky, I wonder, you know, when you know you're coming up against another team that's undefeated, another team that has almost swept every other team, is there a different mindset you go into it? What's the preparation like when you're coming up against the other beast?
It just depends, really. It's about getting in your own groove. You know, you're undefeated so far, so you want to stay undefeated as much as you can. So that is the plan. You just stay with your own game plan. Don't get sucked into what your opponent's doing. Just try and play your own game, and then you're going to be in a good position. But I'm hoping for chaos tonight. Loads of demos, loads of bumps. I always love that.
Oh, the physicality, it better work like a charm tonight. I like your interpretation, though. Don't do anything different. Stick to your guns. Use those fundamentals. Stick to your foundation. That is what has brought you to this undefeated situation, this 5-0 scenario, which I just can't believe we have 2 teams at this stage. Folks, we're going to see just exactly what we have in terms of caliber of these 2 teams, because they're on the stage now. U of L versus BSU on the board number 1. Like,
Yeah, we got this wrong. We unfortunately, our research was wrong, so we do apologize for that. It's Missouri here in the orange, who are bending the net right now. And here's a chance to score first goal for Louis, but they put it just off the post. Good effort though. But this is a good attack here from the team in blue, looking very strong. With that demo, could open up the field a little bit for a clear.
Central Missouri faced up with a lot of pressure right now, and it's all going to capsize. It's Wisey. First goal here for Fanshawe.
Absolutely beautiful play out. They just got the demo, but couldn't get the ball. Just passed it right to one of the attackers, and he said, "Thank you very much," and slotted that one home. 1-0 here with just a minute and 5 seconds gone on the clock with the blue team in the ascendancy right now. Central Missouri, what can they do? That's a big dunk. That's a good save indeed. Dangerous play on the goal line. And again, another huge demo. Physicality coming early, but it's from the team that's defending right now. So they're trying to create some separation between the Central Missouri attack and their own net.
Gonna get a chance for a shot here. It's gonna go in as well. Pyrus, one of the first striking opportunities that this team has. And they're gonna put that right in. Huge first goal for them to equalize early.
Absolutely massive effort there. Love to see it. Great strike on target. Find those top pins. Doing very well indeed. And well, the ball squirting out to the side here is 88. What a name. Fantastic name. Absolutely love that one. That is class. 88. Just on the ball. Here's Pirates. Here goes 88 again. Looking to get through, but unable to do so. An opportunity now for a breakaway chance. The pass goes a bit too far ahead with the player. That's a big dunk, and that should be 2-0. It is 2-0. Not Leopard puts it home. 2-1. Sorry, not 2-0.
Defender just getting in on the goal line, and you think they have a chance for this save. The contact's made on the ball, but it still lands in. That's that pressure from Fanshawe that we've seen tonight, is just the impending doom of the shot, the power that came on it. That's what's going to land those balls in the net. However, not Leopard there on the defending side for Fanshawe. Still keeping them alive, keeping that lead alive as well, as they're trying to transition onto some offense.
Yeah, they're trying to transition to offense, but it's not going very well right now. Missing a key chance in the corner there, and that's going to just allow possession to be given right back here to the Central Missouri team, who are just more than happy to take it. You know, they've been very good at keeping the pressure applied, very good at keeping their opponents locked into their own half near their own net, and you know, took a fantastic shot here for the team in orange. Team in orange got on the board. So it's going to take something more for Central Missouri to get something back. But here's an opportunity after a whiff on the backfield. Triple commit there, but it works out okay as Grease keeps this one alive for now.
Keeps it alive and sets up a beautiful pass. Pirates wants it again, but it's off at the backboard. Here for a second time, a shot almost top corner. Sent away by Not Leopard. They'll keep themselves in this game, and off the ceiling, trying to throw a little trickery along the goal line. A little bit in flux here for the defensive side of Central Missouri. I think they've done well to kind of keep this at a 1-point game, but those double commitments, that lack of flexibility in the danger zone is leaving them a bit vulnerable.
It's not just that, it's also just missing touches in the backfield. It's really important. That's a great bump though, and that's almost redirected in, but a great save in the goal line by one of the defenders as Nixie here just waiting for that ball to come down nicely. But it's more so that the touches in the corner, look, those clears away. They're not doing anything apart from pushing the ball back out into position where Frankie can really attack the ball, themselves in a really strong position and give themselves a big chance of opening up a nice counter attack. But right now here they're in control, they're playing well off the backboard. That should be a goal. It is a goal as Not Leopard puts that one home 3-1.
What a dish from Wisey as well. The read off of the side wall, those can be so tough, but making contact as soon as that ball hits the ground is going to allow for an immense amount of power for the pass. Catches the defense off guard, the pass is perfect, and Fanshawe now with a 2-goal lead, minute remaining. Might be enough cushion for the game 1 win, Morky, but you never really know.
Well, you never really know, but what have Central Missouri done apart from that exceptional goal? They haven't really had too much offensive opportunities. Their attempts at being in transition for a counter-attack just have been not there at all. And I don't like to be too critical of teams, but you know, something has to give here defensively and offensively. You need to see a little bit more from the Central Missouri side, or else it could be a long day at the office, or a short day because it might only be 3 games.
That's right, they won maybe the first win here, but as you said, they haven't found a big amount of offensive opportunities. It's going to be even tougher with one of the players demoed off of the field. 88 here, the ball down the wall, maybe a final get-go here for Central Missouri. The ball on the backboard, but that's going to be sent away on the midfield line, and without any more time for the win, Fanshawe takes it with a 2-goal lead, 3-1. Morky, like you said, it was a pretty dominating win considering the limited chances for Central Missouri.
Yeah, Fanshawe just looked really strong with that. Central Missouri really struggling to break out of their own half at times. And that's due to 2 things, really. Firstly, it's due to the fact that they're chasing demos rather than actually chasing opportunities to clear the ball. It's well and good to get defensive demos. That can be a really strong thing to have. But when you're in that position, it's just not a very nice thing. You have to really be finding those clears. Secondly, they're missing the ball in the backfield, and that is huge. It's allowing Fanshawe just to set up camp, that midfield line, put themselves in a really good position and put themselves on top for the game.
Yeah, and I'll give Central Missouri some credit as well, because some of their passes off of the backboard were high enough to get out of the way from the Fanshawe defense, because they considerably haven't been locking down that backboard as much as they should be. The problem is those follow-up shots just aren't on target. We saw one again off of the backboard, another by the wayside from the top corner. So yeah, if Central Missouri want to equalize this scoring potential that we've seen from Fanshawe, they need to start hitting those shots on net too.
They really do need to be finding those connections, need to be able to, really get those reads off the backboard. And, I mean, that's something that at this level you're kind of expected to do. You're expected to read it off the backboard. And I see those sidewalls and those corners or those waterfall passes, sure, they're difficult to read for even the pros, but from the backboard, it should be read better. And hopefully Central Missouri can do that and give us those opportunities, because they had chances in that game, just not too many, and especially when they're locked into defense, you're in a lot of trouble then.
Right, we'll see if they get locked into defense again here as we're into game number 2, folks. Fanshawe with that first win and hoping to capitalize on some more offensive pressure. However, look at this turnaround already for Central Missouri. Can they keep this in possessive territory? Not for long. YZ downfield might have boost for a second touch. Rise sets us away to the half-court line, and, well, a little bit of ball play here in the midfield, Morky, to give either team enough of a chance in this game.
Yeah, well, I said I wanted chaos, and I'm getting the chaos, and it is going through mostly from Central Missouri. They're the ones looking for those bumps and demos and those heavy physical plays, and it is something good to do in defense for getting the good touches like that one. It's awkward, but it's okay. It's not a bad touch, it's not a good touch. You want to be clearing that ball if you can. If you can't, just make it awkward for the offense. And the defense, they're very awkward indeed. And Grease will say thank you very much as he cleans that one up.
Central Missouri taking advantage of the chaos, as you asked for, Morky, on the goal line. You said if you can't get it clear, at least make it awkward. But what Fanshawe didn't hear was you needed to make it awkward for your opponent, not yourselves. They just cannot grab control of that ball. Central Missouri capitalizes, and if Fanshawe can't clean up their act, they may find more goals out of it, and a pending shot is sent back out to half court.
I don't like that play you saw there, the demo. It came in the midfield. Now, if you don't get that demo, that leaves you in an awkward position, leaves your opponent either able to grab some boost or get onto a cat attack and leave you in a 3v2 scenario. So you have to be careful about those midfield demos. What a shot, though, rips it off the crossbar, and away it goes to the corner for now. But just again, those demo plays, they're coming. It's good to get demos, yes, but you have to be aware of the positioning on the field and when to go for them. Sometimes it's better just to turn back and try and support your team rotating back post.
Yeah, talk about the sense of when demolitions work against you. Sometimes if it's on the other side of the field, they'll respond back on defense when you're trying to get a counterattack to go. So I completely agree, Morky. If you're going to go for demolitions, do them right. Do it on your opponent's goal line, which maybe Central Missouri could take advantage of now, but instead it's downfield. Could be an open net to work with. Oh, the save comes in just in time for Grease. He's made it work on both ends of the field at this point. Wisey wants a shot, but that's not going to be hard enough. It's a lob that's easily countered by Central Missouri, and they're going to hold on to this lead and work it right back up to their opponent's side.
Yeah, I really like that. We saw from one of the players just on the wall waiting to see what his opponent did. Didn't have to rush it, didn't have to dive in on the ball. Just have to wait and see exactly what was happening. New possession was lost. No point chasing that ball when possession's lost. And that's a big thing, I think, if you're an aspiring player out there, is to be aware sometimes you're not going to get to that ball and there's no point chasing. Instead, it's better to set up defensively and see exactly what your opponent's going to do.
I'll tell you exactly what 88's about to do. He's going to take this downfield, look for the pass off of the backboard. Could have been a shot there for Central Missouri to extend their lead, but instead, back off the wall, Pyros with a shot, and it's on target, but not Leopard. Gets the save just on the goal line. A heroic move for not Leopard, and this will keep this game alive for them. There's the shot. Leopard down the other side of the field. He's making it happen coast to coast.
If he's not a Leopard, what kind of cat is he? Because those are some reflexes indeed, as that ball just slides in. 1-1, we're all tied up again, and Fanshawe would be absolutely delighted because Central Missouri here have really made the better adjustments after that game one. They've looked the better team, and you have to feel for them that they're behind, but they have to take their chances, and didn't take their chance there a few minutes ago and get punished for it.
Central Missouri, they wanted the punishment there, but it's going to turn down the other side of the field, and that's going to be finding its way in. Leopard still with those cat-like reflexes. Another goal to put him in the lead.
Wisely slides there, wisely power sliding to get on the end of that ball at first. Then you slap it off the backboard to his teammate who's calling for it desperately in those comms, I'm sure. Get it off the backboard, I can put it in from there, and that's exactly what happened. And well, here's a chance now to make it 2-2, and again, it's the last touch letting Central Missouri down. They'll be disappointed there behind here. They've been the better team, but sometimes the only stat that matters, doesn't matter how good you are, only one stat matters at the end of the day. That's how many points are on the board. And right now it reads 2-1 Fanshawe.
Oh, nice turn away there. Quick on the launch for the saving play for Central Missouri. You got to be quick to combat the effort from Fanshawe. They put it in again, and they're on quite the streak now.
Since that first goal went in from not left, but it seems like the heads of Central Missouri went down a little bit. They weren't finding those good passing plays, not keeping the pressure applied. They've missed some opportunities, and it's come back to hurt them in a bad way. And Fanshawe haven't had too many chances in this game compared to game one, but they've done enough. The pinch! The pinch! Oh my word! Top bins! It's 3-2.
I gotta see this again. The double commit can sometimes make the best of plays, as Grease is credited with the goal, but that was a Grease Pirates 88 everybody connection. Unbelievable. And a goal is what they needed as well, Morky Mork, because now it's within one, half a minute remaining, and they can make this game work.
Absolutely can, Pyro. They're in a really good position now. They're in the wrong place, but they've still got time on the board. They can't put even the midfield up. Like, that's a lovely passing play. And now it's a 2v1. Well, it's a 2v2. It doesn't matter. Pass coming down. Nobody's there, though. Why isn't anyone attacking that ball? You're 1-0 down in the series. You're 1 goal down in the game. Doesn't matter if you lose by 3 or 1 or 5. It doesn't matter. You still lose the game. So go for it. Dive that ball. And that ball is still alive somehow for now. Oh, this is tense, Pyro.
Maybe a last chance popped up by Pyros. The shot there from Grease is not gonna find the goal line. They heard you, Morky. They said they gave up the last opportunity. Why not make a new one? But it just comes up short. Fanshawe, they stave off the potential comeback there. Go in the lead in the series 2-0. There has to be something coming now different for Central Missouri to get back in this game and make a reverse sweep.
It's simple. Put away their shots. They had opportunities in that game, and they didn't take them. And at the end of the day, Rocket League is a simple game. You score more goals than the opponent, you win. If you're missing your shots and your opponent's as good as Fanshawe is, they're going to punish you for that. So they've had opportunities. See, they're 9 shots to 10. That shot count doesn't say the actual story of that game. For 3.5 minutes, Central Missouri were in control of that one, but they couldn't finish their chances. They need to start finishing their dinner if they want to win this series.
Yeah, I think so. It might also be about stopping the X factor, though. We've got to talk about Leopard for a second. 2 goals, but then also 5 of all 5 saves from Fanshawe. This player knows what to do in terms of speed, in terms of pace. He's aptly named for making a count on every side of the field. If you want to lock it down, if you want to take somebody out that's making all the plays for this winning team, I think it's Leopard.
It really is, and you have to start targeting players as well now. And really, when they're in transition, especially, I want to see Central Missouri getting those bumps, getting those demos. Because they're getting bumps and demos. The problem is they're getting them at junk areas of the field where the play isn't, or developing, or whatever's happening. So it's really, really important that they start getting those demos in the right places at the right times.
Well, here it is. Timing, implementation of those demos, and that shot taking, it all comes down to this. Game number 3, Central Missouri, they need a win to stay alive. It's going to be an uphill battle for this reverse sweep, but do they have what it takes? That's the question, as 88 sets that ball on the half-court line. Pirates moves it down to the side wall, but the transition out in front is going to have to be a much more monumental effort. Maybe a long clear can start it off for them.
I really like the play there from one. Oh, it's a lovely pass, but it's off the post as well. But I was going to say, I love one of the plays there from one of the players on the blue team, realizing they were in trouble. Just got in the way of one of the orange cars, Central Missouri cars. Fanshawe was like, you're not getting past with an easy counter attack. We're going to take it. And that's what I was talking about in transition, getting those bumps, getting those demos at the right time. It's not Central Missouri doing it, it's Fanshawe instead.
It is Fanshawe as they're back up the field. I will credit Central Missouri. There was an open shot for Leopard, who is now taken off of the field, but they clamped down on it. That is that star-studded player that you gotta hammer down on, and the shot is still open. 88 takes it right above. A big opportunity for Central Missouri, gonna go the other way, and the transition there for Fanshawe with the back pass.
Oh, you got a feel for that one, but you have to be attacking that ball as well. You have to be aware that if your teammate's missing, oh, well, your teammate's missing in defense, it's normally a goal, but if your teammate's missing in offense, the opponent's expecting the save to come in and it doesn't, but that's a lovely little play. NECC getting the read off the wall and putting that one home. 1-0 now to Fanshawe.
Listen, when you're hot, and this Fanshawe team came in like they've been practicing for the last 2 hours, like they've been running scrims all week. They've got something to prove tonight, that much is clear, and they're gonna keep on proving it. It's NECC again with a big shot to keep the lead strong for Fanshawe.
Don't know why the last defender commits so heavily there. You know, he's far too pushed up. He's in an awkward position. It's a great bump on the second man, by the way. But one of the Fanshawe players, absolutely fantastic, takes him out of the play entirely. But then it's the last defender has to be a bit more patient, just can't be panicking, and that's exactly what that was. Panic on the goal line, decides to rush out, and ultimately gets beaten by a really good heads-up play from NECC.
Here it is, Grease. That's got to be a save, but it's right in the hands of NECC, who wants to take a shot here. Gonna miss the effort. He'll throw maybe a faking in the quick chat. I don't know, but it's gonna work out for Central Missouri. That read on Not Leopard's touch isn't gonna be enough, but Central Missouri still on the attack. Good dunk from Grease, which could set up the pass. Pyrus has a shot. There it is, a bit wide. The third man coming in. Still in play for them, but cleared away. I think they still have a chance on this possession as the net is wide open. The double tap. Oh, yes, it's gonna be enough. Perfect read from Pyrus.
That is absolutely sensational. Greaves' shot just a little bit high. Pyrus realizing that's going to happen, decides to get up. A lovely little play. The E-Haul reminds me of Seiko, and that was a Seiko-esque play right there.
No greater compliment there than to be compared to Seiko. The read, the altitude that he came out with that shot, dropping it straight down, was perfect, but it's not enough. For Central Missouri, they're still down a goal, and that could be momentum for them that they need to leverage. Pyrus here could be the character to make it all work. Here's a pass off of the side wall. Wanted that redirect, but Leopard is in the mix. Always gotta expect Leopard to be breaking up those passing plays.
Yeah, there's lots of whiffs now in the backfield. That's a good save by 88. Lovely save indeed. I was thinking marked by 8 there for a second. I don't know why, but very, very BDS-esque there. Just getting that ball away as quickly and as swiftly as possible. Setting up a counter-attack potential, but Fanshawe here, Not Leopard. What? Oh, Not Leopard! They have families! Stop it! They beat all 3 defenders!
I finally figured out why it's not Leopard. It's not Leopard because it's Messi. Messi with the dime, the dish, the left to the right, faking everybody out on his way to the shot. And the perfect go-around for them to get their dominant streak back. A 2-goal lead with under 2 minutes remaining. This could be their victory lap.
Could indeed. Messi for us didn't have a good day today, but Fanshawe are definitely having a good day so far, and that's what we like to see. It's unfortunate for Central Missouri though, because they really adjusted well after that first game. They've looked good in game 2, and they lost that game 2 because of missing a hatful of chances. From this game 3, they've had some good looks again, but they haven't been able to convert them. But Fanshawe have been looking a lot stronger, making those adjustments a lot better, and really exploiting those weaknesses in defense. That is clear from Central Missouri.
Chance in the midfield. They've got to take advantage of some of these. That's going to be one player for Central Missouri that can pick up the play. The follow is there. Minute remaining to cut this lead from 2 to 0. Here it is as Wisey. A couple great 50-50s to land it up in the box. It can't be taken advantage of still. Central Missouri are clamping down. Here's a shot from NECC that's going to be more than enough. We talked about that victory lap, Morky Mork. It appears like it could be so.
Yeah, it really does. Seems like it could be all over. You know, it is certainly close so far. It is a fantastic series, but ultimately the scoreline will say it wasn't close. And ultimately, we'll say the better team won. Fanshawe have definitely been better, which they've been converting their chance. They've been looking solid defensively. It's not something I say for Central Missouri. They have to clean that up for next week, or they could be in a world of hurt.
That's right. For the ECAC, there is half of the top bracket, or the top half of the bracket, that does make it to playoffs. So there's always that chance still in this 8-week journey to get to that standpoint. But as you said, Morky Mork, growth areas that were uncovered in this game for Central Missouri. But for Fanshawe, they got to be feeling good. A 4-1 lead, that's going to be dominant. That's going to be telling the tale around this series. Everybody in these standings, the Fanshawe came out on top. A 3-0 sweep for them, and it couldn't feel better.
No, really can't feel better indeed. They're going to be very, very happy with the fact they took a fantastic victory for themselves. And they'll, of course, move on now to face a team on the similar level to them. So they'll be very, very happy with that. Because, again, iron makes iron stronger. You know, the heat of battle is what you need to really fight harder. You need to face those teams that are at your level. Central Missouri had moments today where they showed they can hang with Fanshawe, but they never looked like they could win the series.
That's right. Moments, glimpses of brilliance that just didn't culminate to that solution. So, congratulations to Fanshawe on a great Series 1 here in ECAC Rocket League. We may be back to hear from this team, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. Goal here for Fanshawe.
Absolutely beautiful play out. You've got the demo.
Chance for a shot here. It's going to go in as well. Pyrus, one of the first striking opportunities that this team has. And they're going to put that right in. Huge first goal for them to equalize early.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Ash goes a bit too far ahead. The player, that's a big dunk, and that should be 2-0. It is 2-0, not Leopard. Puts it home. 2-1, sorry, not 2-0.
Defender just getting in on the goal line, and you think they have a chance for this save.
He can really attack the ball. Themselves in a really, really strong position and gives us a big, big chance of opening up a nice counter-attack. But right now here, they're in control. They're playing well off the backboard. That should be a goal. It is a goal. That's not Leopard.
From Missouri, the ball on the backboard, but that's going to be sent away on the midfield line. And without any more time for the win, Fanshawe
takes. If you can't, just make it awkward for the offense. And the defense, they're very awkward indeed. And Grease will say thank you very much as he cleans that one up.
Central Missouri taking advantage of the chaos. There's the shot. Leopard down the other side of the field. He's making it happen coast to coast.
It's not a leopard. What kind of cat is he? Because those are some reflexes indeed. As that ball just slides in 1-1.
It turned down the other side of the field, and that's going to be finding its way in. Leopard still with those cat-like reflexes. Another goal to put him in the lead.
Slides there, wisely power slide to get on the end of that ball at first.
Launch for the saving play for Central Missouri. You gotta be quick to combat the effort from Fanshawe. They put it in again, and they're on quite the streak now.
Yeah, really since that first goal went in from not Leopard. Haven't had too many chances in this game compared to game 1. But they've done enough. The pitch! The pitch! Oh my word! Top bins! It's 3-2.
I gotta see this again. The double commit can sometimes make the best of.
Somehow worn out. Oh, this is 10th Pyro.
Maybe a last chance popped up by Pyros. The shot there from Grease is not gonna find.
In that ball as well, you have to be aware that if your teammate's missing, oh well, if your teammate's missing in defense, it's normally a goal. But if your teammate's missing in offense, the opponent's expecting the save to come in and it doesn't. But that's a lovely little play.
They've got something to prove tonight, that much is clear, and they're gonna keep on proving it. It's NECC again with a big shot to keep the lead strong for Fanshawe.
Don't know why the last defender commits so.
I think they still have a chance on this possession as the net is wide open. The double tap. Oh yes, it's gonna be enough. Perfect read from Pyrus.
That is absolutely sensational. Creeps a shot just a little bit high. Pirates realizing that's going to set up a counter-attack potential, but Fanshawe here, not Leopard. What? Oh, not Leopard! They have families! Stop it! They beat all 3 defenders!
I finally figured out why it's not Leopard. It's not Leopard. It can't be taken advantage of still. Central Missouri are clamping down. Here's a shot from NECC that's gonna be more than enough. We talked about that victory lap, Morky Mork. It appears like it could be so. Gonna be feeling good. A 4-1 lead. That's gonna be dominant. That's gonna be telling the tale around this series. Everybody in
And you make me feel like a rebel, but I will not give you a reason to destroy me more and more again and again.
Welcome back. We're back with ECAC Rocket League, produced by Esports U, and we just watched this sweep from Fanshawe over Central Missouri. We have an interview with one of our players, Leopard, who we have an interpreter with that we will speak with as well. So let's go ahead and get them on the line. Leopard, thank you so much for joining us here. My first question is, how are you feeling after such a dominant win?
Well, of course, we're feeling awesome to win the game. So it's always exciting, of course, to play ECAC with my team. And it's always fun, of course. It's great, but of course you want to win, but of having fun is the point, win or lose, right? And what's really important is that we learn from every game and learn from the experience.
I suppose, what was the big things you learned in this series as you went on? Because you definitely adjusted well.
Yeah, for sure. So in every game, we have to adjust our play style and the plays that we're trying to make in order to mesh well and beat the opponent in their style, of course. So sometimes the opponent's a little more aggressive, we have to be stronger on the defense. And sometimes when I'm working with different players on my team, some of them are better at the offense and some of them are stronger in the defense. So then that's where I adjust to fill in the gaps. I just try to support my team and try to just fill in those positions where maybe the other players aren't quite as strong. So it's great.
That's awesome. I have one more question for Leopard, if that's fine. You talk about supporting your team. It feels like you're a leader on this team. You had one game with 5 saves, 2 goals. You know how to do it from every side of the pitch. Is the leader role something that you have taken on in this team?
Yep, for sure. Well, this season is my first season as a captain in the captain role, so I'm learning a lot, of course. Learning how to also overcome that barrier of no comms in the standard way that every other player is able to participate in communication with the team. So making sure that we're able to study and read each other a little bit better because we aren't able to fall back on the comms, and making sure that I'm coming around to fill those gaps as usual, right? So if I can see that my teammates aren't there, I'm rotating back to make sure that I'm filling that gap. So of course it's a challenge not being able to communicate in the standard way without speaking, right? But that's the best part, and it's been such an enjoyable experience working with all these guys on our team. Yeah, again, the point is having fun while we're doing it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Having fun is definitely one of the best parts, I think, about this game and competing in it as well. Do you feel as well, Leopard? Just sorry, one more question. The challenges that you've overcome is.
Yeah, ask as many questions as you want. That's no problem.
I'm just so curious because you're actually the first deaf Rocket League player that I've met. And so, what do you think has been your greatest challenge about even going to compete for a school, not just playing with Rocket League and communicating, but being at the level of this type of competition as well?
Really, of course, communication. That's the biggest one. So, and not only communication as in being like, oh, that's mine, I got it, so I'm going here. Not that kind of basic play, the stuff that you would normally say during play, but for example, related to the plays. So sorry, that's the interpreter. Leopard knows what he's talking about. The interpreter is a little bit behind. Yeah, so working with players and just trying to sort of call the plays a little bit more in a complex way. So that quick chat is really good for the basic speech, but getting those full sentences out that I really wish I could. So again, just being able to kind of read players a little bit more, read my own team and read the opponents, and working on that as a skill. But of course I'm used to it, and it's something that I'm always working on improving. The more I play with a team, the better I can read them, of course. And it's always been my dream to play at a higher and higher level of competition, and RLCS is of course the dream, right?
Wow. I am very inspired by your story. So thank you for sharing it, Leopard. Thank you very, very much. Do you have any shout outs, by the way, before we leave you from this interview, though it was brief? Anybody you'd like to call out?
Of course, big shout out to my team, the guys, for always playing with me, practicing hard with me, and not letting the communications be a barrier for us. Also, our coach. He's always, takes his time to teach us and spend the time with us to explain things, important concepts, and how we can improve. And the biggest shout out to the esports director, Tyler, for making everything happen for all of us. So yeah, I want to say thank you to everyone for supporting me through everything. And of course, thank you guys, the casters, for having me here today.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, our pleasure. Yeah, absolutely, Marky. Thank you so much for taking this interview. It sounds like you all have a wonderful team over at Fanshawe. I was told it was Fanshawe, so apologies from us for our pronunciation, but glad we got it right at some point. Leopard, thank you so much for the interview.
All right, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Have a good night, guys. Bye.
Well, folks, have a good night. Well, folks, that was Leopard from Fanshawe. We just saw the sweep from them over Central Missouri, but I have good news, folks. This may be the end of me, Pyro, and Morky Morg by my side, but there's more collegiate action coming right up. We have some Overwatch that we're going to be able to watch. It's going to be Orbital and Dividing Our Casters taking us through the James Madison versus Kean match. So stick around for that, and we'll be back.
And welcome here to another glorious week of some esports action. We'll be taking a look at Overwatch, of course, here with Esports U. My name is Orbital. Wow, I messed up my own name. With Dividing, and we'll be bringing you this matchup between James Madison University and Kean University. Dividing, how you doing today?
I am doing fantastic today, Orbital. Super excited to come into a game with a lot of implications right now between James Madison and Kean University. Both these teams at 3-2, a win would virtually guarantee them a spot in the playoffs at the end of this 8-week Swiss bracket.
It is going to be that chance, and to give you a little bit of information about that, of course, we have 26 teams here in Division A currently, and with 8 weeks of play, the average that you can get is a 4-4. That is the 50-50 percentile. Now, keep in mind the top half, or if we're taking a look at it, it is going to be 13 teams do make it to the top. However, if you tie with the lowest standing team of that roster, then you also get in. So if we have more than 13 teams with multiple sitting at 4-4 and above, all of them will make it into playoffs. So, of course, hitting that fourth win, like you're saying, Dividing, is going to be oh so important between these two teams. Of course, going to Lijiang Tower here on a control map, it's the standard, right? This is the golden opening, we should say, here in Collegiate.
Everyone loves Lijiang. Not only is it just a beautiful map, but there's a bit of something for everyone here. Of course, we're starting off on Control Center, which is the more sort of closed-in, tight corridors, low ceilings kind of map. So that's why we see Kean immediately going for a more close-range composition with the Reinhardt, the Junkrat, the Symmetra. The amount of damage they can unleash at close range is crazy. But James Madison going a little bit unorthodox here. You've got a Wrecking Ball Diva composition with Silverstein on the Sombra. So they're going to be looking, look, you see Storm Hornet already wrapping around the entire team, is going to try and disrupt the sprawl.
They're going to give it their best shot, of course, with a laydown in the center. That's where you're trying to hold, but with those lasers set up, it's quickly taken out. Silverstein is going to make sure that doesn't get chanced out. The teleporter was used, but Piff, you're trying to rack up that percentile, and so far, it is going to be an angle towards both ways, but Storm already has that ultimate ready. Is going to drop all of those grenades everywhere, trying to lay down on top of that control point, as that is, of course, the objective here. It is going to be slowly capped up by James Madison, but they're forced off by Kean.
Yeah, it's really tough as Kean. It looks like it was going to be a little bit of a challenge there. Storm Hornet rolling through, disrupted them a little bit, but they managed to stay together. And with the beat from Waffle Iron that was built up incredibly fast, by the way, it looks like Kean, yes, they do take the point first, and they are going to start off with first point control of the series, but it took a very valuable ultimate to do so, Orbital. Even though, I mean, Python gets picked off, so that's huge for Kean, because now they get a chance for James Madison to try and regroup. But they don't actually want to regroup. They're going to use the mines immediately, and they've taken out the Junkrat.
It's just a little bit of a pinch, and James Madison say, well, now you're on the defensive. That's going to be an immediate collapse of the abilities and ultimates. Kean are shut down, and that is all it is. Silverstein with a beautiful ultimate to get a cap or a recap on point attack number 1.
I mean, Brig, what Brig? That's what James Madison is thinking right now. You lose Python, and I think Kean got a little bit relaxed. I thought, okay, well, without their Brig, that's like their main source of healing. They're not going to go back in. But no, James Madison, they went extremely quickly and made sure that that lack of healing actually didn't end up mattering. And look at how quickly Kean is pushing in with 4 ultimates here. The Riptire is available.
It is going to be the Riptire, but where can you go? It's immediately taken out. James Madison going a little bit on the offensive. That's going to be a punch on the side. Almost a knock over the edge, but in goes a little bit of that shielding. It is going to be a clean out. Kean are taken out one by one. The DPS is down, and the tanks are being healed up ever so slightly. Feels like Kean are fighting off on the edges. James Madison go ahead and try and repel their best, but it is going to be Kean. They go ahead and re-secure the point. Immediately contested back up, though.
Yeah, they re-secure the point, but with the rally armor coming in from Python, James Madison are more than healthy, more than able to recontest on this point, and it looks like it is going to be just a brief retake here for Kean. James Madison take it right back. And look at these ultimates. It really only took the rally to recontest this Orbital, which means they're coming back into this one with 3 ults up already, and Impulse and Silverstein are going to be up to their ultimates momentarily.
and that includes, of course, that all-important EMP. Waffle Iron has got to be aware that the EMP is coming soon in order to get that beat off to try and counter it. If Waffle Iron gets caught in this one, it's basically fight over for Kean.
It's going to be so scary, and they're going to have to take this one in a weird angle, but 98%. Going to be a loop around. It's going to be Silverstein looking for the EMP rain, but it is going to be a little bit difficult to get in, and this might not even be needed. Kean get wall-upped in the back line, lose 4, lose 5, almost an ace here, as Piff is going to live with barely any HP, finally falls down, and Kean are wiped on their second attempt at a cap.
And this is perfect from James Madison now. You're in an ideal situation. You win that with the mines and the pulse bomb, just going super aggressive onto Kean. This is how this composition wins these fights. They just disrupt the mass of Brawl players. And now the EMP comes out. It doesn't hit Waffle Iron, so the beat is out to help protect everyone, as well as the Immortality Field. But now the trans from the other side. If James Madison can endure this, this could be the end of the map.
Could be, and so far they've done so well, but Cummix is down. Piff might fall as well. Beans is gonna hold steady, but is dead, and that's 4. That should be the call. James Madison wipe that fight and feel confident in their round number 1. A stellar job to kick off this series.
Stellar job, and that is not a good look for Kean, considering that this was supposedly the weakest Lijiang submap for that kind of composition. I mean, Storm Hornet seemed to have a really good handle of how to get the most out of Wrecking Ball in this kind of comp, but in general, the Wrecking Ball tends to have a lot more trouble because of those tight corridors. You don't have as much room to swing around on that grappling hook, and it's a lot easier for a Brawl comp to catch you out. But now you move on to Gardens, which is literally the exact opposite. It is open skies, open space as far as the eye can see. And James Madison are salivating at the idea of going 2-0 here. Kean, for their money, they're actually going to swap to a Wrecking Ball comp of their own. Leon did impress last week with that Wrecking Ball composition, so we'll see how it goes. But Piff going down early really doesn't help.
Impulse said, nah, I don't even have to shoot you. I'm just going to punch you real quick. They're all going to collapse inside of this housing, and it's going to be a firefight for the ages. Kean are able to slap away one. Billy Fun is dead. Follow through with another as Python is going to take a kill of their own. Kean is going to go ahead and walk away. And Leon is down with the control point open. It is going to be contested on both ends, but of course James Madison feel like they have a little bit weightier momentum. But instead Kean go ahead and wrap it out, say, hey, we're going to go ahead and get the first cap again.
Yeah, again, you get the first cap, and good on James Madison for playing the objective, but it really feels like Kean, they get the first objective push, but they really do. It's just James Madison, they push right back in. They had the advantage in that fight from the start. So, I mean, good on Kean. They get almost 20% on the point here. But they don't quite, they don't win the fight overall. And James Madison, they are in a very strong position here. Look, they have both support ultimates available. The Pulse Bomb from Impulse is going to be a great initiation tool. But Crisis gets it.
It was an attempt. Impulse did try and give it their best shot, but of course down goes Silverstein, and this might be the opening that they want. James Madison quickly lose out on an AD as well as a tank, and that might be the opening. Again, Kean jumping right in, but Leon taking a lot of damage. Piff is down as well. Oh, the pulse bomb doesn't go off, and Piff is going to lose that one. It's a good trade back and forth, and actually lends itself to James Madison being able to get back on point. They are contesting this one again, and they're finally cleaned up. Kean are now going to be able to stop this fight. At about 45, still contested as James Madison are not giving this up easily.
No, the EMP comes out from Silverstein, and that, along with some fantastic traced play from Impulse, getting a nice string of kills there. That's actually James Madison holding on to this one. And doing so with just the EMP, at least in that recontest fight, is huge for them. Now you can have Pulse Bomb again from Impulse to try and initiate. Crisis has done a very good job so far of getting the eats off. Ooh, look at this very aggressive play from Leon, though. Is going to use the mines, cutting off the bridge, but doesn't quite get out.
Leon immediately decimated, and they're going to try and give it their best shot. In goes that trance. A nice wrecking ball play. Storm Hornet sweeping everyone out of that control. It is giving time for James Madison to sneak in. Silverstein and Impulse are going to go ahead and stay alive. Look at the wrecking ball around. Billy with the ultimate drops the nuke on everyone, and that's what you like to see. Kean swept out, and it feels like James Madison will take this 2-0.
At this point, oh, actually we did get a touch onto the point here. Looks like it is Leon, but yeah, it is just kind of stragglers here for Kean. They do have the rally armor on them to try and hold on to it, but Python has gone it on the other side. Impulse finally gets one of those pulse bombs to stick to end it off here. A nice double kill with the pile drive from Storm Hornet. Follow it up with Piff. This wrecking ball is just everywhere right now, and there it is. James Madison with some strong wrecking ball based play. They take Lijiang Tower comfortably.
It's not often that you see not one but both tanks kind of be the star right there. And of course, the play of the game is going to go to Python on that Bridget. Let's go ahead and take a look here. It's this wall, this play, this center play is just phenomenal.
Yeah, it was a really good play. Obviously, rally makes your team just all the more tanky, which for a composition like what JMU was playing, that tends to be very fast, but also sort of frail if you catch them out. Having that rally armor is extremely important. It gives JMU the confidence necessary to just sort of take Kean University head on and win those fights. And now, of course, if you're Kean, you're thinking to yourself, how the heck do we stop this wrecking ball composition? We played a Brawl composition where Brawl should have been better. It didn't work. We tried to match them on it. Didn't quite work. At this point, you're starting to think, well, how do we kind of take JMU out of their comfort zone?
The best way? Try not to pick a map where Wrecking Ball excels, right? That's about your best option. Even then, it wasn't just the Wrecking Ball, it was everyone else being able to collapse in, right? That is one of the few times that I think I've seen double of the attackers just kind of sticking with their main characters, right? That was the Tracer kind of being stuck there. That was a Sombra also being stuck there. Usually we at least see a swap midway through. It's that jostle of, well, what's working right now? What kind of DPS is actually going to bring us the most success? No, they stuck with it pretty much the entirety of both rounds. That gives me a lot of confidence. JMU might not have, I want to say the versatility or the variety that other DPS tanks and the teams have, but what they do know, they will play to an extremely well-honed level, and that is what I'm very, very excited to see here. Of course, we are going to Dorado. It is going to be a very, very fun time, and going to be interesting to, as you said, see that shakeup come through.
Yeah, there's gonna be, I assume, some kind of shakeup coming out of JMU this time around. I will say, I think the Wrecking Ball composition is very viable when it comes to the attack. But on defense, it's really hard to deny the high grounds that you have the ability to take advantage of on the defense. So, as we'll get to see JMU's comp picks here in about 5 seconds, I wouldn't be shocked to see them go for a more tanky composition, a more long-range double shield kind of thing, to try and take advantage of that. And no, I'm trying to predict things. That is not what happens. James Madison are going right back to this Wrecking Ball composition that got them so much success in Lijiang Tower. I mean, why change anything if it's working so well for you? At this point, it just seems like no matter what, this is what James Madison are going to favor. And it's just going to be that way until Kean finds a way to beat it.
And that's actually quite scary, right? It's a double-edged sword in this sense. If James Madison, if this is the only type of composition that they can play, if these are specialists, I like to call them, in terms of their specific characters, that leads itself to two situations. One, it's an overwhelming win for their side. It's that they play so well that the opponents, no matter what they throw, isn't going to work. Or it's kind of that devastating defeat where the opponent can pick you clean, and unfortunately you don't have a response for it. So this is kind of the time for Kean to figure it out. You know what the opponent is playing. You know exactly what they're working with, and now in the open space, maybe you have a bit more to work with in terms of being able to pick off some of these tankier members. It is going to be Becomix working their way through. great shots on the back end, though, as Silverstein and Storm go ahead and lay flat too. Looks like Kean are getting slowed up here in the opening push.
Yeah, Kean are going to end up losing out on this push. They have lost too many members at this point, but a couple of key picks. Silverstein gets taken out, as does Billy and Impulse. That is going to force James Madison to sort of back off of their high ground positions here. They simply do not have the members to sustain a full push from Kean right now, especially with Storm Hornet going out. That is going to usher Kean through that little archway, as now they can start pushing towards the end of the map. The Comics is very close to that Bob already, doing a lot of poke damage from the back. And I mean, looking at the composition on James Madison, you don't really have a long-range DPS player that can counter that Ashe if you need to.
And so far, it does seem that Kean have been able to rally together. It is going to be the pinch coming in here. James Madison going to give their best shot, but already Billy is out of the mech. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. You lost one of your main tanks. In goes Impulse. Is able to take a few, but Storm Hornet again. Great ultimate usage, knocking 2 out. That's going to be your DPS dead in the waters. Kean are going to be stopped right in front of the checkpoint, and James Madison playing this one quite well.
Very, very good from James Madison, but a very expensive fight, I have to say. It took them almost everything that they had to push back into that one. But, I mean, you've got to shout out Impulse here. Opened up that fight with a Pulse Bomb, has another one going into this next fight. Pulse Bomb is one of the fastest charging ultimates in the game, but to charge it up over one fight is absurd. Shows that Impulse was just all over the place, all around the map, and I don't think Kean is expecting another Pulse Bomb to be coming out of Impulse here. Is clearly hunting for it in the backline, trying to find a squishier member to try and stick that on and win that fight. Kean, for their part, the Comics, nice shot. Headshot on Impulse takes out that threat of the Pulse Bomb, but Kean really doesn't have very many ultimates to push on right now, especially with everyone hacked like that.
Oh, that's a great hack in the backline. Billy tried to throw down. That mech explosion isn't going to really do too much, but it doesn't matter. Billy is going to go ahead and knock out the Ashe. Piff is going to take a decent bit of damage, and it's still contested. A minute 10 left on the clock as Kean still are trying to make their way towards this first checkpoint. James Madison doing amazingly well here in this defense.
They are doing fantastic here. Kean are just trying to scrape by these fights with the few ultimates that they have at a time, and it's just not enough. They are getting poked out. I mean, look at how aggressive Storm Hornet and Billy are being right now. They can get away with this, as well as Impulse, because of their movement abilities, but you just have to be able to catch these players out. Leo Leon is gonna get taken out here. James Madison just has full control of the map. Kean is barely even safe inside their own spawn at this point. They have ultimates to use here, but what can they do about it if they can't even get 5 feet outside of their own safe house?
Oh, Storm Hornet, you mean lad. That was a dirty drop of the mine straight in a corridor. Means that Kean have to back away. 5 seconds left. It forced them to detour any further. And it looks like that's going to be a little bit of a devastating push. It is going to be overtime here with one member contesting only. Giga is going to try their best to hold steady, is going to pop that ultimate, keep everyone topped off here for James Madison. Storm Hornet is the only one going to fall, and Kean are in desperation. One last attempt here, as that's going to be the EMP. Not really going to knock anyone down, but is going to keep them off. Kean, you lost the ultimate. You're going to pull your own trance out. Beans is going to try and revive, but Piff is down. They're putting up a valiant final fight. But I feel it might be it. That's going to be the bomb dropped in, and Billy Fun brings the fun to the party. They're still battling, though. Kean continuing this assault. They're just doing their best. They're trying to extend this timer, but what can you say? They're doing great, but it's over right there. James Madison, clean house without a single checkpoint being taken.
You know, it's crazy. I thought it was Kean that had the long-range DPS, but James Madison made it not worth anything, as they just closed the distance on Kean all the time. It felt like they were just in Kean's face throughout the entire fight. They could never regain their momentum, and they couldn't get to the cart without taking losses because James Madison were just getting up in their face, using ultimates almost in their spawn. And, oh man, that is the mark of a team that is extremely confident at this point, and a team that only has 74 meters to go before they move into match point for this series.
Ooh.
I'm interested in the James Madison comp, but they do have 30 seconds to change it, so I'm not going to comment on it just yet. Kean, for their money, they are actually moving on to a very similar comp that they had on their attack. They're trying to kind of match what James Madison did, and I know that Kean does like the Wrecking Ball composition because I did watch them last week. They did seem to favor it. But I do get worried just because it seems like over the last map and a half, James Madison has kind of proven that they are just kind of better at it. So why do you continue to play a comp that that James Madison has beat you on pretty handedly so far?
Yeah, and this is going to be the swap up. Stormhorn, it just goes, hey, look at me, come try to fight me. The Winston putting up a huge showing, immediately goes back to recover with the rest of the squad, but Silverstein is able to follow up. Easy pickings on that Crisis player. That Diva is already down, and this feels like it's going to be quick. A quick contest coming in here as M-Pulse is going to chase down that DPS. Great shots, or actually that was the Wrecking Ball. Feels bad, man, the hamster is laid to rest. Great shots coming out of that Cassidy, but it's a quick push. Look at this, only a few more meters to go already. They are not stopping at all.
Not at all. Kean tried to take some forward positions like James Madison did on their defense, but James Madison said, you can't pull those tricks on the Masters. We are going to find you out immediately, stagger you all over the place. And now Kean, they're desperately trying to contest, but the EMP is going to stop them in their tracks, and James Madison University take Dorado even more comfortably than they did Lijiang, and seem to be marching their way towards a series victory here. They're just one map away.
And Giga with this amazing transplay here. This hold was phenomenal.
Say it with pride. Giga fart.
No, dang it, dividing. Dang it, dividing. We had this talk. No, we didn't. But it was so good.
This player made their name Gigafart for a reason. They're proud of it, and I'm going to be proud for them.
All right, dividing. All right, I like it. I would like to point out as well, just to showcase how dominant that map was. On that attack, Kean University, on their own defense, were not allowed to ult a single time. I want to point out how difficult that is. I know it was a short lane, only 74 meters, I understand that.
Yeah.
To not allow your opponent to get a single ult charge off for that entire time means the opening fights were not even going Kean's way. James Madison University are wholly impressing me right now. From start to finish, they are looking like a dominant squad. And here in the latter half of the season, this is the best time to turn up the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. JMU just seemed to be outpacing Kean a lot of the time. Kean really tried to take the initiative on their defense. They really tried their best by taking those forward positions, but a very well done comp swap up from JMU allows them to dive on top of the team. They go for an Echo, who is able to basically fly around up top, get free pot shots off onto the big hitboxes of the Wrecking Ball, and of course the hacks were extremely effective in order to shut them down. That's kind of what I wanted to see a little more of out of Kean. They tried to sort of smash their heads into JMU with the same composition instead of trying to counter it. And it just seems like when it comes to a mirror match of JMU have them beat pretty handedly, if that just based on that Dorado that we saw. So going into map 3 with the series on the line, I want to see Kean try and say, okay, how do we need to either play a comp that's going to try and force JMU off of this composition, or we need to play a map that will allow us to counter it more effectively.
100%, 120%, 130, whatever you got to say to make it understood. Kean University to get one more shot here to try and start the reverse sweep. Only time will tell as JMU are 2-0 in the series. We will go to a very short break to make sure the teams are ready. When we come back, we will potentially have the conclusion if JMU continue their sweeping movement or if KU will go ahead and start their comeback material. Don't go anywhere. That's going to be an immediate collapse of the abilities and ultimate speed. If it can be a loop around, it's going to be Suicide looking for the EMP range. He's going to be able to get in, and this might not even be needed. Get one more up in the back line. Lose 4, lose 5, almost safe here. As Pip is going to live with barely any HP.
And now the EMP comes out. It's done. Wow! So he is out of there. Madison can endure this. This could be the end of the match.
Could be, and so far they've done so well. But Summer is down. Pip might fall as well. Kean is going to hold steady, but is dead. And that's war, and that should be the call. James Madison wipes that fight and feel confident in their round number 1. Again, they're finally in a team. Not being able to stop this fight. 45. Let's contest that James Madison are not doing this easily.
No, the EMP comes out from Silverstein, and that
Immediately decimated, and they're going to try and give it the best shot. In goes that trance. A nice wrecking ball play. Storm Hornet sweeping everyone out of that control. It is giving time for James Madison to sneak in. Silverstein and Impulse are going to go ahead and stay alive. Look at the wrecking ball around. Billy!
the other side. Impulse finally gets one of those pulse bombs to stick to end it off here. A nice double kill with the pile drive from Storm Hornet. Follow it up with Biff. This wrecking ball is just everywhere right now, and there it is. James Madison
Working their way through. Great shot on the back end, though, as Silverstein and Storm go ahead and lay flat too. Looks like Kean are getting pulled up here.
Yeah, Kean are going to end up losing out on this. He opened up that fight with Ultron, has another one going into the next fight. Ultron's one of those fastest arcades in this game, but
Off. Kean, you lost the ultimate. You're going to pull your own trance out. Keans is going to try and revive, but it is down. They're putting up a valiant final fight. I feel it might be it. That's going to be the bomb dropped in, and Billy Fun brings the fun to the party. They're still battling the Kean. This assault brings to them. They're trying to extend this time, but what can you say? They're doing great, but it's over right there. James is ready. They are not stopping at all.
not at all. Kean tried to take some forward position like James Madison did on their defense, but James Madison said, you can't hold those tricks on the master.
And welcome back. We are here with the continuation of our Overwatch series here tonight between James Madison University and Kean University. Just to give you a little bit of a refresher, James Madison University have gone ahead and stormed their way through 2 different maps. It has been Lijiang Tower on Control, and then of course it was the payload push there on Dorado, and both times JMU looked unstoppable.
Absolutely unstoppable. We were talking during the break about the Wrecking Ball player on JMU Storm Hornet, and I think I said something along the lines of this dude is playing Wrecking Ball like Tracer, which is crazy, right? Usually on Wrecking Ball, you are trying to disrupt teams and use that to make space for the rest of your teammates. not necessarily playing for kills all the time, Storm Hornet is always looking for kills. And for a team that is already playing a Tracer most of the time, the fact that you mechanically have 2 Tracers in the backline to worry about, I mean, Kean University, they haven't had a break all match.
And even when they had those minute openings, I have to give credit over to Billy Fun, the secondary tank on this Diva. Multiple times, the self-destruct bombs have been so well laid. Every time you get something out of it, right? I don't think there was a single one that kind of fell flat that was used and it was automatically blocked, right? It was always in the thick of things, and Billy Fun consistently got 3 or 4 Ks off the back end of it. Kean University both times have had to struggle, and they tried mirror compositions, they tried the brawler, they tried a direct counter. At this point, dividing, what do Kean University need to do? Detail it for me. What are the steps that they would need to take if they were to start this kind of reverse sweep setup?
I feel like at this point, you've got to try and throw JMU off of their game, off of this main composition of theirs, force them to flex onto other things. It seems like you can't really beat them on the mirror composition if you're Kean, so you should probably try and move on to something that's a little more based around countering them, right? This is, of course, a composition that is very dependent on getting up in your face, getting very close range. So I wouldn't be shocked to see if Kean decided to go for a double shield kind of composition. You can use the Risa halts and hooks and potentially a Cassidy flashbang to try and stun up the more mobile tanks of JMU. The Zenyatta Discord Orb could potentially be used to try and melt them down faster. The whole point is make JMU, make it so that they don't have full control of their movement and then burst them down when they're interrupted. And then if you can do that in a couple fights in a row, maybe you force JMU off of that composition, and then you're in business.
There's going to be that chance as, of course, we get an assault map moving out here. It is going to be I believe, Luna Colony setting up here. Going to be a little bit of an icy chill sweeping through here. And going to be a good time as we're taking a look. This might give an opportunity for Kean to figure out how they want to aggress here and start their comeback.
Yeah, but I mean, was there any doubt here from James Madison immediately locking in the exact same composition they've been locking in all day? And I mean, again, you're probably going to be looking at a very forward approach from James Madison. They have not been quiet about it, Orbital. They have been saying all day long, this is how we're going to play. You've got to try and counter us. And Kean, I mean, I'm looking at their composition, and it's looking like they're falling potentially into the same trap that they fell into on Dorado here, running basically the same composition that they ran there. I want to see maybe Bacomics be a little more passive there, stay with the support, so that when Storm Hornet or Impulse get into the back, you can use that flashbang and fan the hammer to melt them down. But other than that, it's the exact same kind of composition, and I don't know how I feel about this Orbital. Kean, it didn't work out for them the first 2 maps.
I mean, last time they did have to protect a payload, but this time here on Volskaya Industries, which I do apologize for misnaming the map, of course, as Kean are going to try and aggress. This time they just have to get on the point. They just have to capture it, and I will say they were able to cap for the first time back in the control map setup. So maybe this works a bit more to their advantage. They're not trying to push a payload. They just want to get the kills and sit on that point. So far, though, James Madison are playing up front and aggressive, and Leon is going to go ahead and get that kill onto Billy Fun. Not only is the mech taken out of play, but it is going to be a little bit of a setup. The aggression from James Madison is going to have to be called off.
Yeah, nice work from Kean here. They actually were the ones that were kind of setting the tempo there. They sort of rebuffed the initial aggression from Storm Hornet. They were able to stay together. Like I said, Bacomics playing a little bit more passively, stunning up those Wrecking Balls, those Traces as soon as they tried to get in. Really helped Kean and allowed them to take this first point very fast. A nice little role reversal there. They've obviously been talking a lot during the break, but Impulse doesn't care. Gets an instant 2K, and while the point does go the way of Kean, they now have gotten a grim reminder of what's awaiting for them in point B.
It is, and now with maybe a little bit more open territory to work with, James Madison are going on the aggressive straight up here in this corridor, in this half doorway. They are going to prep accordingly and start setting up on the inside. You can see about 4 members holding off on the inside, just trying to set up, figure out where they want to play. But Kean are going to go ahead and spread out a little bit. Impulse up top, though. Gonna snipe out the Cassidy, potentially get some great damage down. It is immediately healed up, but it is going to give a bit of warning to Kean.
And again, look at all of this space that Kean have to cover before they can get to the point, and how forward James Madison are playing. Even though Kean, they've gotten the pick on to Storm Hornet, by the time they get onto the point, Storm Hornet is going to be right back into this one. Kean, they do have the ultimate to try and sustain here. They need to find some value with the Pulse Bomb. Nice kill onto Python. It's going to remove a lot of the healing here, but they still need a lot more to break through.
They're going to try their best, but Billy Fun and Storm Hornet, these 2 tanks, are again going to set up. This is going to be that self-destruct being laid out. Pushes a majority share of Kean, as it is going to be Piff falling off the edge of the map. That one hurts a little bit, as James Madison, they lost a point very, very quickly. This time, they're able to draw a bit of the attention and slow down Kean's advance.
And it's a really fascinating strategy from James Madison there. You force them to use ultimates and use abilities in this sort of front yard area before the point, so they don't have nearly as much to work with once they actually get to the point itself. Now, of course, you know that Kean doesn't have a lot to work with, so you're gonna play back and try and force off your ultimates this time around. You have both support ultimates, the EMP and the mines.
Oh, and that was going to be a very good use of the EMP. It is going to catch multiples. Giga and Impulse are going to take 1 apiece. That's going to be one of your main DPS and your healers down. Storm Hornet is going to fall through with a few more. It feels like a complete wash, and it is almost a complete wash, as Kean are forced to regroup.
Yep. Brought right back over to Spawn, and you managed to actually keep the Transcendence from Gigafart, so great defensive tool, as Kean is coming up on some ultimates once again. Won't save you from the Diva Bomb. Doesn't Transcendence doesn't defend you against taking 1,000 damage at once. But when it comes to that High Noon, that Pulse Bomb could be incredibly useful, or just try and sustain the team through this next fight. But for the most part, there aren't very many ultimates available. It's pretty much gonna be neutral.
It is going to be neutral, and in the neutral, it does look like Cassidy has found something. Becomix is able to snipe out one. That's going to be Silverstein down for a few more seconds. And that time, James Madison are going to try their best to hold on. Leon is actually going to fall very low on Kean's side. He's going to be healed up, but they haven't made their way onto point. They are going to be able to start contesting here. Giga is going to set up very, very heavily, but the ultimates are ready to go. Storm is down. Storm is very much down. Impulse is down. No Pulse Bomb ready to go, and that's going to be the bomb throwing it huge. It is not going to catch too many people, as Kean is going to try and remount the mech, but it's not going to go through just yet. James Madison have got to get back on point. They are contesting very heavily. It seems that they're going to get point number 1, a third done, almost 2/3. Can the rest of James Madison get there? It doesn't feel so, but they are going to catch it on the very back end. That's going to be 2/3 finish. It is going to be the EMP going big. Kean are going to be locked down. Can they be cleared out, though? All they have to do is secure through Impulse. Billy Fun and Python fire away. It is going to be another ultimate being used, but Crisis is not able to find too many. You lose 4, and they're still challenging on the point. The sweep is done. James Madison very narrowly stave off round number 1.
My goodness, Silverstein just saved the point so hard for James Madison there. What a clutch EMP coming out from the Sombra to disrupt the advance from Kean, and gets a couple more crucial hacks and kills in the ensuing fight when James Madison were still down players. Now, all of a sudden, there's only a minute left on the clock. This is probably Kean's last really good chance at a fight, and they use almost everything to try and push into that one. You're going to have both support ultimates coming up very shortly, but you don't have the time really to try and wait until those come online. And James Madison, they can go aggressive with their own rally in mines, and that's exactly what they're gonna do.
Oh, look at the cleanup. The trance is coming out, but you're walking all over the mines. Again, Waffle trying to clear the way for the rest of the team, but it doesn't look like they're able to make it in. Silverstein in the back end is gonna watch as D-Bomb drops in. Who does it catch? It doesn't catch anyone. It was gonna be body block. The angle was just not right. Kean want to get on top. They are gonna try contesting, and they gotta clear out these members, but Billy Fun Gets a rocket kill onto Leon. That's going to be one of the tanks down. Becomix is going to try for the Deadeye, but doesn't find it. The Cassidy doesn't get too much. Kean are fresh out of options here, but they have gotten Impulse. That is the one that they really needed, and they're getting flushed out. James Madison going to try and fight for the final last few seconds. They clean out the supports. The supports are down. James Madison have lost control, but they did the job.
Another
4
EMP?
minutes fighting on
with
here.
it.
No EMP is going to be used, and Kean feel like they maintain. It's only one member defending against, and they are fighting desperately. James Madison not willing to give this up. Have they done it? Have they defended? They did. Oh, it is James Madison with the reversal at the very end. Run out the timer. It was half a tick, dividing half a tick left.
That's a solid 2 CP moment right there, Orbital. It really felt like Kean should have been able to flip that over, but in the end, the spawn advantage for James Madison was just too strong. Every time they went back out of spawn, they managed to get 1 pick, a 2nd pick, and then they would die again. But then they could stagger long enough in order to get back onto the point, and Kean had a much longer trek to get back there. So, at the end of the day, it looked like when it looked like Kean was about to do it, in the end, it was just a lonely Leon on the point with some mines to keep them company, and James Madison respawned. They were able to take their wrecking ball out of the equation, and that was the last piece of equation for Kean. So they don't quite finish up point B. So that is the winning condition here for James Madison. Point A, 90.7% on point B, and they're going to take a convincing 3-0 in this series. But Kean, for their credit, have put up a much better fight against this composition than they did on Dorado. They clearly have adjusted their gameplay a little bit to be a little bit more defensive. So it has worked out quite well for them with the Becomix going on to the Cassidy. But now you have to play with James Madison setting the tone and setting the pace, and you know that they're going to want to set the pace to be very fast.
So far, they are rolling into that slow start, but Storm Hornet said, all right, now it's time. Goes ahead, chases straight to the front line alongside Impulse. They're going to fly their way to an opening set of damage. Leon is quickly going to drop down below 50%. And now the regroup comes in. James Madison opting for this high ground battle. Instead, forcing off. That is going to be a kill. Oh, do you catch him? That's going to be a force out of Waffle Iron. Storm Hornet falls in response, but it is going to be a 2 trade. And they take out Becomix. As you said, dividing. James Madison goes straight on the aggressive, have only 1 member set on point, and clean house in the assault against Kean.
There is nothing subtle about this play style from James Madison. It seems like a lot of teams, you know, they see the team in the back left high ground. They say, okay, we're gonna go to the right. We're gonna poke at them a little bit. We're going to go up to the high ground on the other side, and then try and take the point, force them to go back to us. James Madison just says, no, we're just going to jump right on top of them and force them to respond, and they do a fantastic job. And now they're pushing on to point B with 5 minutes and 45 seconds to win the game. Impulse with the pulse bomb that could open it up for them.
I mean, all they need is 1 good angle. Kean have to realize this. Are they going to lose without dropping a single ultimate of their own? They are going to find the kill on Storm Hornet. That is very, very important. Impulse is going to have one of the utility pieces drop, same as Billy Fun, and they do have 2 ultimates up. Pip with the pulse bomb, Becomix with the Deadeye, and Kean have held steady. James Madison lose 3 and are forced to regroup. Impulse not able to get the utility that you want, and because you lost your supports, we are going to regroup for a 2nd try.
Gotta give a shout out to Chrysis there. In what has been a rough game for Kean mostly, Chrysis has done a fantastic job finding and eating Impulse's pulse bombs. That's at least the 3rd that they have eaten in this fight. Maybe the 4th. And Kean are actually sitting pretty right now. They are going to be forced for... James Madison are forced to go into them, or they're forced to go into 5 ultimates right now. Of course, Silverstein is set up in the back with that EMP. Could make those ultimates all null and void if they really want to. Oh, it got detected. Oh, Pip sees them and is forced to back off. So that plan goes by the wayside. James Madison, they're just gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Ooh, Ooh, and I mean, the old-fashioned way immediately gets shut down. Impulse is able to find out one of the main tanks. Python is down as well, who is currently sitting on 96, needs that rally on the back end. The trance is going to go through for Waffle Iron as they're going to try and pressure in, and it seems to be doing wonders. Again, the trades back and forth are favoring Kean right now. Both TPS members are down. In goes a giant self-destruct. Impulse still finds Beans on the back end, and that's going to be the rally down. It feels like the flush has been made as James Madison fire home, but they still have to cap off at least 1 or 2 sections, and that's going to be a fire back. Kean answer rightly so with the respawns, and it feels like it might have been enough. Python is going to swing hard. He is going to try and be contested of their own as the Diva Bomb drops in once again, not able to catch anyone, but Kean are able to hold steady, not allowing that first section to be taken.
Not quite, but James Madison, they want to keep on pushing in onto this. Now they're going to go for a soft regroup, try and keep Storm Hornet alive here. And that's exactly what they want to do. Billy Fun uses the Diva Bomb as well to get their mech back. James Madison obviously want to push back in quickly here, not give Kean any chance to kind of catch their breath. James Madison, but they don't really have any ultimates to work with going in on this here. They just have to go in with that super aggressive playstyle before Vicomics and Piff and Lilion get their ultimates on board. It's possible, but they've got to move fast.
I feel like their one-trick pony style is starting to catch up with them a little bit in this wide open area. They haven't been able to lock down a singular kill, that one big open pick that they really want to work with. Storm Hornet is going to go ahead, roll to the back line. It's going to be a hamster on hamster action. It is just going to be a roll in. Again, 2 minutes, 40 seconds, plenty of time to work with. Still got a lot of chances. Piff is going to be about 5% off of that pulse. And then the comics with that Deadeye once again, the high noon. Going to be trying to make something work. Leon with those mines is going to try and sweep out, but it's quickly cleared out, I think. It is going to be a handle. I mean, where can you really go? That's going to be an unfortunate scenario to be in. And it does look like Kean has stalled out once again. Giga is down, but Piff is down as well. That's going to be a big ultimate down. James Madison, what can you do? This opportunity might afford itself. Impulse going to swing around, pick up that final charge, and now you have 2 ultimates available. Silverstein with that EMP as well. This is the combination that they want to work with. This is the combination that they want to handle. Impulse hiding and waiting for the rest of the team. That's going to be another minute pretty much ticked off the clock. When is the time to strike? James Madison, they want that angle to get the pulse spawn. Do they catch one? Yes, they do. Oh, that's becoming down. What more can you find? That's going to be a multi-mine setup. And the rest of James Madison are going to try and trance in. Waffle Iron going to try and protect the rest of the team.
This is a free EMP once the trance goes down.
It is going to be one. Do they go in? Do they find that angle? Storm Hornet is going to find Piff on the back end. Impulse is going to find Waffle Iron. And they're going to try and run it. They smell blood in the water. Silverstein is down, though. Silverstein is down, but the damage has been done. Becoming falls once again as soon as they respond. And it looks like that's it. That is going to be the self-destruct, swinging one more, and they finally cap at a little bit more than a third.
They've got a tick available, and now James Madison, they can smell blood in the water. They're going to continue pushing forward, and the silver lining here is if they can keep this fight going long enough, Silverstein is going to be back to use the EMP, and he uses it. It gets absolutely everyone. Kean has no abilities available, and this is James Madison pushing forward. The kill feed awash with blue, as it looks like they are going to be taking the 3-0, taking the series, moving to 4-2 on the season. What an impressive game from them.
Oh, that was so good. We were watching, we were waiting. You called it for a minute straight, Dividing. You were saying it was there, and finally it came to pass. And I mean, Beans put up one heck of a fight here, the play of the game, really going in favor of Kean University. But James Madison on the day, all it took was a single pinch, and normally it was that pulse bomb plus the EMP. That was their bread and butter, and you could see it actually go down. 2/3 of the combination worked. It was the pulse bomb and the minefield, but the EMP wasn't there, and so it stalled out a little bit. But JMU, not only have they been fast on the attack, they've also been resilient whenever they come up against a wall. They were able to stall out in time, as you were saying, Dividing, and come away with that 3-0.
I will say a bit of vindication for me as the caster there. How many times have it felt like I've been like, the EMP is coming up this fight, it's gonna be big, it's gonna be big, and then the EMP doesn't come out that fight. That time I call it, and then it happens, and that feels good. So
100%.
JMU, fantastic game from them. I will say Kean actually did a much better job on the Volskaya than they had on the previous maps. They seem to have adjusted a bit to the JMU play style and were playing better against it. They were able to repel the flankers more consistently. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough. Too little too late for them as JMU take a very solid victory with what was honestly a really fun play style to watch.
You don't get to see it too often, and I think that's what spices up the league here a little bit. Swinging on the outside a little bit and catching people off guard is the best way to walk into securing your playoff spot. JMU sitting at a 4-2 record will pretty much, no matter what, stay in the top half of the season. Either way, we'll see them in the playoffs and we'll see who they get to face off against. Of course, we are going to be able to talk to one of the team members and get a little bit of insight into their one singular style and how they have perfected their craft to be able to push them into the playoffs. Don't go anywhere. This series will be at its conclusion and we'll have a little bit of an interview in just a few.
Rolling through, disrupt them a little bit, but they managed to stay together. And with the beat from Waffle Iron, that was built up incredibly fast, by the way. It looks like Kean, yes, they do take the point first, and they are
Just a little bit of a pinch, and James Madison saying, well, now you're on the defensive. That's going to be an immediate collapse of the abilities and ultimates. Kean, 98%, be a loop around this every suicide, looking for the EMP rain, but it is going to be a little bit difficult to get in, and this might not even be needed. Kean get walloped in the back line, lose 4, lose 5, almost an ace here, as Pip is going to live with barely any HP. Finally,
a brawl player. And now the EMP comes out. It doesn't hit Waffle Iron, so the beat is out to help protect everyone as well as the immortality field. But now the trans from the other side. James Madison can endure this. This could be the end of the map.
could be, and so far they've done so well, but Cummix is down. Pin might fall as well. Beans is going to hold steady, but is dead, and that's four. That should be the call. James Madison wipes that fight and feel confident in their round number one. Once again, and they're finally beat up Kean, and not to be able to stop this fight. 45, still contested. James Madison are not giving this up easily.
No, the EMP comes out from Silverstein, and that
immediately decimated, and they're going to try and give it their best shot. In goes that trance. A nice wrecking ball play. Storm Hornet sweeping everyone out of that control. It is giving time for James Madison to sneak in. Silverstein and Impulse are going to go ahead and stay alive. Look at the wrecking ball around. Billy!
Other side, Impulse finally gets one of those pulse bombs to stick to end it off here. A nice double kill with the pile drive from Storm Hornet. Follow it up with Piff. This wrecking ball is just everywhere right now, and there it is. James Madison
working their way through. Great shots on the back end, though, as Silverstein and a Storm go ahead and lay flat too. Looks like Kean are getting slowed up here in the opening push.
Yeah, Kean are going to end up losing out on this. He opened up that fight with Impulse Bomb. Has another one. He's going into this next fight. Impulse Bomb is one of those fastest charging ultimates in the game, but charging up over one fight isn't shows that.
Instant keep them off. Kean, you lost the ultimate. You're going to pull their own trans out. Kean's going to try and revive, but Pip is down. They are putting up a valiant final fight. I feel it might be it. That's going to be the bomb dropped in, and Billy Fun brings the fun to the party. They're still battling those. Kean continuing this assault. They're just doing the best. They're trying to extend this timer, but what can you say? They're doing great, but it's over right here. James is ready. They are not stopping at all.
Not at all. Kean tried to take some forward positions like James Madison did on their defense, but James Madison said, you can't pull those tricks on the Masters. We are going to find you out immediately, stagger you all over the place. Now Kean, they're desperately trying to contest, but the EMP is going to stop them in their tracks, and James Madison,
they're not trying to push a payload. They just want to get the kills and sit on that point. So far, though, James Madison are playing up front and aggressive, and Leon can go ahead and get that kill onto Billy Fun. Is the mech taken out of play? It is going to be a little bit of a set of the aggression.
yeah, nice work from Kean here. They actually were the ones that were kind of
The supports are down. James Madison have lost control, but they did the job.
Another
4
EMP.
minutes fighting
Guys
on
with
here.
it.
No EMP is going to be used, and Kean feel like they maintain. It's only one member defending against, and they are fighting desperately. James Madison not willing to give this up. Have they done it? Have they defended? They did! Oh, it is! James Madison with the reversal at the very end. High ground battle. Zed forcing off, that is going to be a kill. Oh, do you catch him? That's going to be a force out of Waffle Iron. Storm Hornet falls in response, but it is going to be a 2 trade, and they take out Potomac. As you said, dividing. James Madison goes straight on the aggressive, have only one member set on point, and clean house in the assault against Kean.
There is nothing subtle about this play style from James Madison. It seems like a lot of teams, you know,
Silverstein is down, but the damage hasn't done. Potomac falls once again as soon as they respond, and it looks like that's it. That is going to be the self-destruct, swinging one more, and they finally cap at a little bit more than a third.
they've got a TMP, and he uses it. It gets absolutely everyone. Kean has no abilities available, and this is James Madison pushing forward. The kill feed awash with blue, as it looks like they are going to be.
And welcome back, everyone. We are here in the post-game interview as we are going to be talking with one of James Madison University members, which it is going to be Storm Hornet. Storm Hornet, one of the amazing tanks that played it out here in the 3-0 over Kean University. How are you feeling right now after that solid performance?
I mean, I'm feeling good. It's hard not to, honestly. Just a clean 3-0. Not really a moment in that match where I wasn't feeling confident in our ability to win that.
It's super cool to see that confidence. It really showed in your play today. You guys played some very aggressive wrecking ball based compositions. How do you guys know like when to really press the gas pedal? For example, when you guys basically spawn camped for a bit there on Dorado, when are you guys like, okay, this is where we pounce?
There's really never a moment where that's not the case. It's just a matter of where like the kill box is like what a lot of players call it. It's just like where you figure out where you want to engage and what space you want to hold, and you do not give that up ever. So on Dorado, because of the buildings outside of the spawn, that happens to be right outside the gate. You just never let them pass that if you can. And yeah, that's just how the comp's played. You figure out where the kill box is and you never let go of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I quoted earlier on in the broadcast that you played Wrecking Ball like Tracer a lot of the time, just sneaking around in the back looking for picks. How do you think, what kind of pressures do you think that puts on the other team? The fact that not only do they have to deal with Tracer, they have to deal with a tank basically being a second Tracer.
Well, I hope a lot. That's the idea, right? Like, the rest of our composition just kind of falls over if I'm not there, forcing them to deal with me. We just have, Zen and Brig, they're pretty squishy, they can just one dive and they're gone. So we got to make sure we keep the aggression up and keep the pressure up. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything.
It worked out extremely well for you today. And now at 4-2, JMU has all but secured a spot in the playoffs. So just generally, how is the team feeling as you still have 2 weeks ahead of you, of course, but now you can start kind of looking forward to postseason play?
We're feeling good. I mean, we've improved a ton over the last month or so. We've just gotten better and better. We've really found our stride, found our composition that we like, and it's only looking up from here.
That's awesome to hear. And again, a 3-0 to really push yourselves into playoffs helps so much. So finally, here at the end, and of course, before you get to go celebrate with the rest of your team, maybe go get a little bit of takeout, maybe get the McDonald's that you've been hoping for. Big question for you, Storm Hornet. Is there anyone that you kind of want to attribute this win to? Anyone you want to give big shout outs to?
I just want to give a big shout out to my dad. He's watching the broadcast right now, so big thanks. He's really
Hi,
supportive.
Storm's dad.
It's awesome.
I think that's awesome. Of course, support behind you is always really good, and of course, the team really picked it up. So again, Storm Hornet, congratulations on the victory, and we'll see you in playoffs.
All right, thank you.
With that, of course, that will end this broadcast of the Overwatch season for the ECAC here tonight. But, of course, there's more action to be seen. We are going to be hopping over with a simulcast into the NECC to go ahead and take a look at some R6 action, and that'll be played over there. So if you're a fan of a little bit slower pace, but some very intense shooters, go ahead and check that out in just a few. Taking a look at the matchups, I believe it is going to be a Waterloo Gold versus University of Ottawa Garnet. That'll be playing in the Legends division over there. So that should be a really fun matchup. But of course, that'll be it here for this group. Of course, my name is Orbital. With me has been Dividing, and we had K-Tad and Coltoon, I believe, was actually on our production. Cool Scoots, I'm so sorry, wrong person. Cool Scoots, we love you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see y'all next time.
Bye.
Initiating match. Ready for battle.
Play it. Hello.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
I feel sad. I'm overloaded! You can't hold forever! Area is clear.
The objective is now.
That's better. You're full of your team. Heal up here. Let them up. Let them up, bro.
This is gonna make you feel better. Let's get patched up.
Quadruple kill.
I'm getting that point. Join me. Hammer time. Behind you. Ah! You just keep. Barrier is unstable.
Fire in the hole!
My barrier is destroyed.
Stay out of it! Tempo. Oh!
Tactical visor activated.
Yeah, time to heal. Get out of
I can do this.
Score 0-1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Excuse me for dropping in.
Enemy turret! Move back! Matrix! Enemy turret down! Power! Forward shield! Barrier down! Help me!
Very
This will heal you. The objective is
Rally to my position.
Where does it hurt? You should be at peak performance level.
Regen up.
I'm on fire! Hi!
This is my game.
Give me time to
Just burst destroyed.
Heroes
time
never
to read my Get through this! This takes a little just rain from above!
triple kill.
We still need you to stay out of my sight. Enemy turret destroyed!
That'll learn you. It's time.
Victory.
Now show them.
Play of the game. Огонь по готовности! Triple, quadruple kill.
Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Boosters engaged. White Salmon, hello. I could use the time off.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Time to raise my APM. Routing power to forward barrier.
My ultimate is almost ready.
60 seconds.
Vamos esculachar!
Has reached the checkpoint.
E aí? Let's keep it going. Howdy. Pardon me. Impact.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle.
Good kitty.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
I tried. Healing engaged.
Barrier in place.
I get the idea.
Brilliant. Payload is secure. Move out. Barrier. Barrier no longer. I need a doctor.
Serves you right. Eyes on the back. It put a price on good help. I could use
Retrieving the barrier.
Freeze! Don't move!
Elementary application. I'm sensing a pattern.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Activating the barrier. Behind you. Clean the barrier. Unstable. Barrier destroyed. We're sitting duck. Get this move. Barrier in place. Barrier, work all together. Assist.
Do something! Do something!
Get in here. Get inside. Barrier won't hold. Almost time for a gravitic flux. Unstable. Let them sink for Barrier no longer exists. Barrier unstable. Barrier won't hold together. Out of existence. Hello.
By your side.
need healing. Deliver itself. Come out and face me. Step right. Tactical visor activated. Like pressure of a dying star. Back to me!
30 seconds. A name charge.
Activating the barrier. Get in the immortality field. Holy. Fire! What is that?
Victory. Play of the game. Double. Triple. ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Clearing the area.
I'm just getting started.
For your own safety, get behind the barrier. Self-medicated.
Observe the barrier. Let them up. Very hot. Get over here.
For your own safety, get behind the barrier.
Enemy contact.
Behind the barrier. Not so far. Rocket barrage incoming.
Hey.
Objective lost. New defense point. Objective B.
Helden sterben nicht. You are advised to move behind my barrier.
Saddle up.
Threat neutralized. That should be bad. Made to the space. My supercharger is ready to be deployed. Prepare for combat enhancement. Cease your resistance.
Justice ain't gonna dispense itself.
Barrier activated.
Barking the bellows!
Score 0-2. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
G'day, cobber.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Get through this.
Get inside!
require medical attention. For your own safety, get behind the barrier.
Barrier in place.
For 60 seconds remaining. Based on my enemy turret neutralized. Please move behind the barrier.
Barrier no longer exists. Activating the barrier.
You're powered up. Get in there. Cease your resistance.
Get over here.
Victory. Play of the game. Triple kill. battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
The fuse is lit! Let's go fly something else!
See through the darkness eyes.
G'day! G'day, mate. G'day! G'day, cover!
Score 0-0. Switching sides. Initiating match. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Take your medicine. Be upon you.
Victory. Play of the game.